break set, 6 balls in play, ball changes 7 and 9. We've got 3 line-on players calling the sidelines and serve. I'm still calling base from the chair. How are you? If you
a couple of months ago. Not quite at this W100 level, but she's making steady progression up the rankings. And also in Birmingham, Edgbaston started out here in Surbiton, made round 2. So there are ranking points to be gained this week. Walton in the second match of the day. That was tied at 1-all, 30-all first set. Fran Jones to take on Greet Minen, another seeded player and another player who's ranked well inside the world's top 100 right now. Before Paul Jubb, fresh off taking out the top seed, will go head-to-head with the very experienced Mikhail Kukushkin. So a great day of tennis lined up for you here on center court. And a lot of potential in this particular match. Miyazaki with her phenomenal court craft
1
And
minute.
Dart, with her exemplary movement, could make for some enthralling rallies. Good to see a lot of people the Lexus Surbiton trophy. fellow countryman or woman. Even tougher when you're the higher ranked player, when you're under that bit more expectation, but Miyazaki, having had a good run here last season, is going to desperately want to back it up.
Harriet Dart to serve.
Good response. As the previous rally extended, it was the first time you saw Dart maybe tempted to try and outfox Miyazaki a little. The ground goes.
Oh! your serve. Okay, start.
And that is the backup of the break of serve. Break point set. Today, but she was in the house a couple of days ago before yesterday's rain when Dart did get out on the doubles court, so she
Out. 15 all. Oh! 15-30.
she's not truly settled yet, Miyazaki, and it's that 1-2 punch that's quite telling. Missing a lot of those first shots behind the serve. It's the quickest movement over to cover. Look where she is on the baseline, and then seeing that serve coming out wide. Serve, maybe just going for a fraction much early on. She can rein it in behind a good first delivery and still keep Dart on the stretch. course, ran in the family, was in her DNA. And she's really put a shift in to get her ranking up to where it is now, where it has been as well. Career high achievement. Out here. It was abroad at the same tournament as Miyazaki when she won her most recent title, one of two W75 trophies that she's achieved this season, both in France. That's the next step down in terms of level of competition from the W100 here in Surbiton. She's very into her chess playing at the moment.
Out.
And there it is. One of the breaks back in her pocket.
By 3 games to 1.
And still very early days in the set. First point paved the way, laid the foundation. From there, a little bit loose from dart. But maintaining your focus and your intensity when you're up that advantage so close to the ground and getting dart on the stretch simultaneously. That's a recipe for a winner.
Love.
Jack looking pretty sure.
Okay.
This is
Miyazaki.
quite the turnaround from Lily Miyazaki.
That leads by 3 games to 2.
And let's talk about her progression thanks to those 2 recent big titles on the ITF circuit. Last year when she made the semi-finals of Surbiton, she was ranked outside the world's top 200. Definitely a strong campaign there, boosted her status, but there will be games were breaks of serve. She had to wrestle for her service hold.
Out.
Which naturally inserts a bit of tension into the shoulders. You're not swinging quite as fluidly at the back of the court. Well managed. Again, there was an iffy connection from Miyazaki on the forehand that had that ball landing awkwardly in the forecourt, and Dart really had to steady herself to get the necessary hit from her side. Good level of calm. What she got hit.
Advantage, Miyazaki.
She's got the situation that it's still a hole to dig out of. Got back to deuce from love 40, but it's still
No! Advantage, Miyazaki. Advantage, Miyazaki.
where she's being put under pressure by depth of shot there from Miyazaki. Not giving her a lot of angle to work with there, and that's what Dart as a high quality counter being applied here. She's still digging deep to respond to it. That's the mark of a top player.
30 love.
And this is where that first point makes all the difference. And the first serve, really accurate in the corner, just giving her options behind it. And she's timing that drop shot nicely.
Allowed to play the point. Just because how
Well, there
loud
was a
that
very-
noise was off the court.
Yep.
It's not on the court, but it was very loud.
Well, it was loud enough for
30
me
love.
to register it from here in the commentary box. Dart's argument is inconsistency in terms of another noise from the court area during a point previously not being called hindrance. Great work. Dart not convinced by one of the calls at the baseline, forehand side of Miyazaki. Don't think we're going to see it on replay, but that's her issue, not the final shot, which was quality from the strings of her opponent. It's quite a weighty point, the difference between game point and break point, with Miyazaki having towards the finish line of this set. Sticking tight to the ball here, taking it on the rise, getting the length of shot. Spied that with the angle to finish. Got to get herself across the line here, do it on her terms.
Game in first set, start.
And that she
By
will.
6 games to 2.
She's trying to overturn a losing streak here, Dart. It won't concern her too greatly because she's coming in off the clay, which is her least favorite surface. So wouldn't have had as high expectations for herself there on the dirt. 4 straight matches lost, including a tight first round match against
$40.50.
And that's her first memory of the sport. With her mum Susie's tennis background, it would have been quite easy to get a hold of one of those rackets.
Out. 15 love. Love.
$30-15, very doable. 40 love, still doable, but a long way back in this game.
Out.
That'll help.
40,
She had
15.
an open court there, Miyazaki. Maybe was even distracted by seeing Dart dash off in the other direction in her peripheral. On the point bank, or qualified from the USA, Alana Smith. There have been some
Love.
on this very court yesterday. Number 3 seed Victoria Golubic fell victim to Nathan Baines, British qualifier, who competed with such dialed aggression for the 6-2-7-5 result. She keeps so low, her center of gravity right down dart when she connects with that backhand on this surface. Sun shining at the first week of the 2024 grass court season. Had a bit of rain that curtailed play yesterday. Just the way she's talking to herself from time to time, she is feeling Miyazaki's presence in this particular game. Would be a big one to get on the board.
Out! 40-30.
She's won all but one of her first serve points in this second set. but much like Dart, 4-match losing streak coming into in this set have been to love for Dart, and that is the most significant of the lot. Comes towards the business end of the set, sends a clear message to Miyazaki that she's ready to chase, to maintain her level under a bit of scrutiny. So the toughness mounts for Miyazaki from here on out. The weight of that first point of the game. Nice work. Building on foundations once again, Miyazaki, and I love here, she's taking the pace off a bit, she's generating off the ground. Interesting that still having a little conversation about that call on the far sideline. easy point to her opponent. No mistakes this time.
Oh yeah, I've seen it right on the line. I've seen chalk come up.
15 all.
Yeah, this is just a build-up on the dart side of the net. It's a little bit situational, and there are signs for Miyazaki to draw on here. Abandoned toss on the first point of the game. Dart getting a little bit chatty. And everything's a little bit harder to come by for Dart. Previous second serve, middle of the box, and she's leaning out of the backhand here. Not generating the length of shot that's going to make life difficult for Miyazaki.
Net first serve.
Short on first serves here as she faces double set point. Coming in, that the pressure is on her a little as the, not just the higher ranked player, but the higher ranked British player. Always difficult to face your fellow countrywoman. And Miyazaki not giving her as much to work dancer who can really commit to their brand of tennis. Miyazaki's gone loose again here. Triple break point.
Game, start.
And there just wasn't
First game.
any.
On.
Huge result just now for Miyazaki's doubles partner, Emily Apple. Fruhvirtova with a career-high ranking inside the world's top 50. So Appleton absolutely loving the grass. She's had a bit more of a doubles focus over the last year or so, but huge serve and forehand that can really thrive in these conditions. That's massive for her.
40-15.
Set to play doubles later on today alongside Miyazaki. A tough draw for them. They've got the top seeds, Maya Lumsden and Natha Baines, who made the quarterfinals of Wimbledon last season on a wild card.
Game,
oh, she makes it. Miraculous from Dart. And a real indication of how this match is starting to swing back into her favor. Great whip up the ball there. At this position in the opening set, she clamped down for the double break advantage. High hopes of doing the same after finishing that hold of serve in such a fashion.
30.
It's well done. Big first shot behind the
30.
serve. And those first serves abundantly necessary. The double fault telling of the moment. She's not misstepped tactically in this game, Miyazaki. She's just fallen short a little on execution at the back end of the exchanges, and she's got to be ever so careful now. As she faces break point for the double break. Too good.
Game. Start.
Turned into a sprinter in that game, Miyazaki.
Dart leads by 3 games to
But
love.
Dart covered the court like the ocean. And it is deja vu. 3-love in her favor with the double. That just alleviated some suffocation of pressure.
40-15.
And Miyazaki just hasn't quite been as clean as Dart across the board. Break point for the triple break. Much better difference the foundation of the first serve makes.
Juice.
And it's seen her in contention with some of the world's very She's very aware, Dart, of momentum shifts within this sport and how quickly things can change. Would be a huge sigh of relief if she gets the consolidation break here.
Oh! Juice. Advantage, Miyazaki.
Still going.
Juice.
Still having some stern words with herself, Dart, but opening up the court adequately here. Miyazaki caught between a slice and a drop shot on that occasion that just welcomed Dart up the court. The backhand doesn't miss.
Yeah. Advantage, Dart.
And as the game lengthens, it does swing more into Dart's hands because she has been the tidier player throughout the encounter. Less misses from her racket.
Oh! Juice. Advantage, Dart.
It's all really about whether Dart can tighten the screws now to get across the line and just get back to the free flow. This match is not done and dusted until she pushes through in this game. And there it is. Not quite the cleanliness to resist from Miyazaki's end of the court.
By 5 games to love.
And it is the triple break for the number 5 seed. If that doesn't give her a degree of security serving for the match, then nothing will. The world number 90 on the brink of round 2. And if this is to end imminently, plenty more still to come today in both the men's and women's draws here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. Dan Evans will be next onto court, resuming his match against Adam. It's going to be all or nothing now for Miyazaki. Every point from here on out, just try and make Dart think about the situation.
Out. Game, set, match. Start.
A successful start to the 2024 grass court season for Harriet Dart.
6 love.
Steeled herself to come through against her fellow Brit in their first ever meeting. Fantastic job in the end, because there were some interesting pressures at play in that match as the higher ranked player. Really well worked. Miyazaki will be disappointed that she didn't apply some more pressure in the key moments early on. We saw how the scoreboard did get under Dart's skin at the back end of the second set, but Miyazaki with some loose forehands in some key junctures, just not quite able to ask the questions today in moments that could have changed the overall result. But you've really got to credit Dart for how she came through with the first serve and navigated a tricky matchup. We'll see Lily Miyazaki again this grass court season, but points to be gained for Dart, who levels her second round run of last year.
All right, Harriet, congratulations. tricky conditions there. You also played a British player, which adds another dimension, doesn't it? So how do you cope with those sorts of situations?
Of course, you know, there's no hiding. Lily and I train together, and you know, it was bound to happen because all of us are improving our ranking so much, which is great to see. And there's, you know, quite a wide strength and depth and cohort within GB in the girls, which is great to see. And yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we just have to play tennis and leave it out there, and then, you know, I'm sure we'll practice again next week or something. But yeah, it's always tricky to play a friend.
And just a final note on what element of your game you were most pleased with today.
I'm not really my best friend, so I'd say there's a lot for me to improve, but when it mattered, I really stood up. And yeah, like you said, I held it together quickly in the third set.
Well, you got the win, congratulations, and it's your first on grass.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Harriet Dart. She's into the next round here at the
Alison van Ooytvank awaiting Harriet Dart in the second round.
Don't go anywhere because it promises to be another thriller. It will be the conclusion of the Dan Evans match against his Australian opponent, Adam Walton. So it's 1-1 in the first set. They started their match yesterday and they will be concluding it out here on centre court today. So don't go anywhere. We'll be welcoming the players onto court in just a few moments' time.
Off goes Dart.
turning pro in 2008, he steadily climbed up the ATP rankings, achieving a career high of world number 21 in singles and number 52 in doubles. He's picked up one ATP 500 title in Washington, one ATP 250 title in Melbourne, 9 ATP Challenger titles, and 13 ITF Future titles throughout his decorated tennis career. Since making his debut against Poland in 2009, he's become an established member of Great Britain's Davis Cup team, representing his country in 22 ties and being a part of the winning Davis Cup team in 2015. He's supported by the LTA Men's Elite Program, which aims to deliver support for the highest performing players who are targeting tournament success at majors. From Birmingham, please welcome Dan Evans. And don't forget, if you enjoy watching Dan play, you can support him in Manchester, which will hold the group stages of the Davis Cup later this year in September. So tickets go on sale in just a few days. You can grab those. And our chair umpire for the match today is Richard Haig from Great Britain. Ladies and gentlemen, as a courtesy to the players and your fellow spectators, we ask that you turn all mobile phones and audible devices to silent during the match. And please refrain from using flash photography. Enjoy the match.
2 minutes.
And now we're ready to go. Dan Evans hoping to launch his grass court campaign of 2024 successfully. So happy to get off the dirt. Best result, a quarter-final run at an ATP Challenger event, but had some tough draws, came out on the wrong end of some tight moments of clashes, and had a very unfavorable draw in the first round of Roland Garros just last week, losing out to eventual quarter-finalist, fourth round player, I should say, in Holger Rune. Adam Walton here, big server, who should love this surface. Being from Australia, he might have had a little bit of exposure to it. They do have the grass courts down under, but certainly having gone the college tennis route as well, this the first time he's really contesting the grass court season.
1 minute.
This time last year he was out in the States playing hard court challenges there in America. His commitment to the hard courts, Walton, has got him up inside that world's top 100. He's at a career high ranking of number 95. He's played to his strengths, and hoping that this is a complementary surface, I should say, for his big game, as he takes on a man with so much versatility, very tricky elements to his game that the grass court can reward. The backhand slice of Evans, the love of the
30
net,
seconds.
and the desire to get up there. This is the first of two ATP Challenger main draw singles matches to be played on this court today. The fourth and final singles match of the day will be a second round match between Mikhail Kukushkin, former top 50 player who got his first round victory on this court a couple of days ago, and Paul Jubb, British qualifier, former NCAA's college tennis champion, who took out the top seed yesterday. So has Jubb done his fellow players a favor, or is he going to be the danger? A lot of intrigue here in the first week of the grass court season at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy, where Dan Evans and Adam Walton face off for the first time. 1-1, 30-all, first set. Walton to serve.
Ladies and gentlemen, resumption of a regulated match. The score is 1 game all in the first set. Adam Walton is serving at 30-all. All. 40-30. Juice.
Well, it's going to feel good to get one of those first 2 points under his belt, Evans, because prior to the rain delay yesterday, he was starting to pull things back in this game, went from 30 love to 30 all. There was a long chat between Walton and Richard Haig about a disruption at the back of the court.
Advantage Walton.
Walton said the lines judge had put her arm up and it distracted him, so there was a conversation of a couple of minutes, by which time the rain was falling.
Game, Walton.
But he steers himself
Walton
safely
leads 2
through.
games to 1.
The Aussie, after almost a day's wait, steers us to the first sit-down of this match.
Bobo, you want to just grab this one?
Going with serve in the early stages, Adam Walton with the 2-1 lead. Always such an intriguing draw in the first week of the grass court season. Roland Garros still going on in Paris. So anyone that's missed out in round 1, which includes Walton, that was the only clay court match he played during the official clay season, such as his commitment to the hard courts. If you miss out early in Paris, perfect opportunity to catch the next train or flight to London and kickstart your grass campaign early. Evans also confirmed to play at the Challenger event in Nottingham next week, close to home.
15 love. All.
He's got to find ways to go aggressively into that Walton two-hander, Evans. It's a shot that holds up. The backhand, a strong wing for the 25-year-old. First serves are going to make a heck of a lot of difference out here. First ace for Evans. Walton already a couple to his name.
Evans. 2 games on.
Nice positive reaction from Evans to that opening hold. World number 62, he's ranked here, but his career high of number 21. painfully close to the world's top 20 achieved within the past year. This is the Evans camp right now, his partner in there, and either side, Colin Beecher, head coach at the LTA's National Tennis Center these days, and Leon Smith, kind of filling in the gaps for Evans as he's between coaches, split with his most recent coach a few weeks ago. And he's very familiar with the British coaching scene, has worked with a lot of those guys, Evans.
Love 15.
It's good work. It's a
15.
frustrating start to the game for Walton because it was not the cleanest strike from his opponent, a little out of his hands. But good footwork to keep himself in position here and really picked his moment to get out the court.
$30.50. $40.50.
Well, he's looking to ramp up the ace count early, Walton. Third service game of the match, and he's pretty much halfway to 10.
Game,
Oh,
Walton.
it's just a perfectly measured point from start to finish.
Walton
And
leads
that is why
3-2.
he's leading the Challenger Tour in terms of match wins this season. He's on a new surface here, Walton. And he's got the big hits and the hand skills to utilize it and give Dan Evans a tough day at the office. Still going with serve on center court. He's gone all in with his hard court campaign across the last couple of seasons, Walton. It's a big move to make to avoid the clay courts, but he clearly knows what his strengths are, and even at the expense of a Grand Slam, lost in straight sets to Arthur Rinderknecht in the first round of Roland Garros last week. He's just looking at the bigger picture. Sitting at world number 96, just a spot off his career high at the age of 25 on the back of a college tennis career. It's not a bad place to be at all.
Time.
Evans knows nothing is a given out here. This opportunity on the line because he did lose in his second round match at the Surbiton Trophy in 2023 to another big serving, big hitter, Gabriel Diallo of Canada, who has since shot up the rankings.
15 left. $30 left.
perfect control.
40 up.
Such laser vision from Evans. 3 points played in this game. He's had that forward movement. He's going to look to serve and volley when there's the opportunity. Getting Walton stretched on that forehand.
Game Evans. 3 games all.
And he will like that as a service hold. Not just because of the scoreline, but because of the nature of it, the quick points that were so fully on his racket, but then that final point could be a game changer in the long run. I think he's going to back himself to have the artillery to get himself out on the right end of a lot of those lengthened rallies. Not only is he happy to plant himself as a target at the net, he doesn't mind having something or someone to aim at. Very capable of both wings on the defense.
Love 15.
It's a clutch response. There's the potential for that previous game of Evans to do damage. The quick nature of it, the love hold, just asking the question of Walton, can he live up to that level? There's no matching that.
15-13.
He's got options on the one-handed backhand, Evans. He's got a brilliant slice on that side, but given time, as he had there, he can strike through and strike true. And that blow could ricochet.
First service. Left first serve.
There it is. It's going to make life very uncomfortable off the ground, Evans, with his ability with the slice. That ball's going to stay low. Walton at 6 foot is going to have to work out how to get down to it and still generate on that favored backhand side. Here is break point. Clinical stuff from Dan Evans.
New balls, please. Evans leads 4 games to 3.
Shrugged off the serving quality from Walton to date, and when offered the half chances of second serves, dug in to create the pressure. Implements his game style, the number 2 seed, for the 4-3 advantage with the break. Champion here in 2019, Dan Evans. And it is a pretty illustrious honor roll here. Andy Murray the defending champion, not returning this year as he looks to wind down his incredible professional career. Just being careful with the scheduling, Murray, coming back from injury and hoping for a good Wimbledon. But also on the list of winners, Jordan Thompson in 2022. My goodness, has he been having a breakthrough this year. Took Rafael Nadal out of Brisbane in the quarterfinals of that ATP event. So Evans looking to back up the break of serve. It's a good option on the return from Walton when he gets the read, when he's got the ball in the strike zone, flat to the body. Robs time from Evans to get around in position to get the necessary work on the ball. But both players are a little reliant on each other out here today. Such is the surface, such is the matchup of styles, each possessing strong first deliveries. It's all about being present for the opportunity, as Evans was in the previous game when he got a look at a couple of second serves. When that first serve finds the mark,
40-15.
It's going to be very easy for Evans to impose himself with the first shot behind it. That's his level. Just anticipating the ball to his backhand, Evans
leads 5 games to 3.
handled good depth from Walton on the return, and very quickly, with the short nature of a lot of these points, he's got himself 1 game away from the opening set. We'll hope the scoreboard does a bit of work for him here in terms of getting some cracks in the Walton armor, because if he can break through, serve first in the second, that is the ideal scenario for the number 2 seed. Oh, that's tough.
15 love.
Well rallied Walton, because for the most part he had back against the wall in that rally. Very much leaning out, working up the back of the ball, just seeing if he could get anything out of the court. Eventually got something out of the net.
Light. First off.
little telling of how Evans is making Walton feel out here with how quickly he's steered the scoreboard into his favor. For Walton, he's landed a good first strike there. He's in a great position on top of the court. He doesn't have to overplay that forehand.
30-50. $40-50.
Just not quick enough up the court there, Walton, as he made the decision to serve and volley. Big space for his opponent. Leaves the door open a crack.
Walton.
Not a bad idea from Evans. He's just checking the ball to confirm the call, see if it did catch the line. He deems not. And Adam Walton has stood firm. That game could have further implications in this set and in this match, but the first set at least resting on the Evans racket. He'll serve for it. Five aces for Walton. It's felt like more. It's not just the pace on that shot, it's the placement of it. He's had some great experiences this season, the Aussie, particularly at home in the Australian swing that launches the season. Made his main ATP tour debut, the step above this one at professional level in Adelaide, where he got his biggest career win in qualifying over the world number 72, sorry, at the time, Pedro Cachin. So if he is to get the better of Evans today, that would be his new career best victory, but the number 2 seed in pole position in this opening set, Dan Evans, to serve for the advantage. And we saw Harriet Dart do this so well in the final set of the all-British first match of the day in the women's draw. Got the better of Lily Miyazaki, last year's semi-finalist. Consistently, she won the first 2 points on serve. Just giving herself breathing room in the game.
Left. Sorry, sorry. $30.50. $40.50.
I saw that on the back of the line, Adam. Didn't see any space
Dan
on that one.
Evans taking the game to his opponent. And it's a good job Adam Walton isn't a Lions judge, because he would
I
be
didn't see any
struggling
space.
there.
I mean, it was super tight, but I didn't see any space.
Such is the pace coming at him from the racket of the man who now holds double set point. Spectacular quality to wrap it up.
6 games to 4.
The first set advantage for Dan Evans. Business-like opener from the man who was made to wait overnight.
But I didn't see any space. I mean, it could have been out by 1 millimeter, 2 millimeters, maybe.
Could have been a much closer set, but he was fully present in the big moments. And the serve finished things off comprehensively. So that's a massive leg up in this match for Evans. Let's have a look at the numbers. 93% of first serve points won. And that immediately puts more pressure on the second serve of Walton, because he knows that Evans is getting so much so easily out of his own serve. And it was really that love hold for 3-all that firmly steered the tide in Evans' direction, rattled through that service game and put Walton straight back under the spotlight. He's a man who's used to doing a lot of winning, Walton, having committed to the ATP Challenger circuit for much of this season, amassing those 30 match wins, playing a lot, getting into the routine and the rhythm of matches. He's up against a very experienced opponent today, and that showed in the opening set. A lot for Cam Evans to be happy about, but he's got to keep it rolling in set number 2.
Second set, Walton to serve.
Nice move. He's got to be completely committed to his brand of tennis, Walton, and shrug off anything that happened that he's not happy with in that opening set. How many net cords can you fit into 1 point?
15-all.
Circus time on center court. Evans, though, will feel good about this, because on the previous point, he didn't feel like it was the highest quality approach from his opponent and wasn't able to capitalize. Made the right moves here, even if he did get a helping hand. Good control to finish.
$30-15.
Evans, a check that was just running to cover. Bit of extra pressure on Walton as he moved as well around his backhand corner. It's just milliseconds of extra time. You can see the wind picking up as well. It comes in at the side on center court, swirls a little bit. It's got to be taken into account. Oh, wow. Well, that'll feel good for Adam Walton. The difference that shot makes. Evans having snatched the first set at his first real opportunity. gone break point up, courtesy of a net cord in this first game. That could have spelled disaster.
Yeah, Walton.
As it is, ace number 6 for Adam Walton. And he gets off to a strong start in set 2. Doing well to amass the tournaments he's playing, Walton, and get that experience, because having been pretty fresh out of college, he cannot relate to the amount of tour level experience that a man such as Dan Evans has. A decade now of contesting the grass court season for Evans.
Love.
15 love.
Just did not give way on that backhand side, Walton.
15 all.
He was tested with so many different shots into it. The slice, the spin, depth. Too good. Strong second serve there from Evans, and just upping the intensity behind it. Maybe learned a lesson about how often and how much he goes into the backhand side of Walton, which is the stronger side. Would imagine that Evans has done a bit of homework, but a lot to feel out about his opponent today as they face off for the first time. Walton having spent 5 years at college.
40, 50.
He's not as familiar a face on the scene, and of course has spent much of his time competing at the Challengers compared to Evans, who's a regular on the main ATP circuit with his current top 100 ranking.
Yay, Evans.
Back-to-back service
One
winners
game more.
to get the job done. And he seems comfortable out here, Dan Evans. It's nice to chat to him briefly during the rain delay yesterday and just hear how positive he was about the tennis he's playing at the moment. When you go on a tough run of form, it's such a mental sport. It's very easy to start doubting yourself and asking questions. Am I not doing this to an optimum level? What's going wrong? He's got a great tennis mind, Evans, and very good at compartmentalizing. He's not going to expect his best tennis on the clay with the changes he's had this season.
15 love.
Coaching changes. He came into the season with a bad calf injury as well that cut his 2023 campaign short in October.
Oh!
Great work
15
around
all.
the outside of the ball to really maximize the width of the court into that more vulnerable forehand side of Walton. Great front foot competitor, and he's competed on surfaces that benefit that Walton. But if he's on the reach, he's in trouble.
30-15.
He had to generate everything on that forehand. Got the seal of approval from Evans. It's much easier to go about your business when you can respect the tennis from the other side of the net. And Walton coming through on serve.
40-50. Game, Walton.
Nicely done.
Walton needs 2 games to 1.
Had to hit a minimal number of balls at the back end of that game, Adam Walton. And much like the first set, he's holding his own at the beginning of the second. That hold for 4-5 in the opener, proving advantageous to him here. Says his tennis idol is Novak Djokovic, Walton. And worrying news from Novak Djokovic yesterday is he was forced to pull out of Roland Garros ahead of his quarter-final against two-time runner-up Casper Ruud. MRI scan showing up a torn meniscus. Substantial number of weeks of recovery time. That puts his grass court season and his Wimbledon campaign specifically in jeopardy for Djokovic. He's spoken about the Olympics being the big goal for him this year. That is to take place on the clay of Roland Garros in July. It's the one big achievement missing from Djokovic's phenomenal CV. So Evans playing catch-up in this second set.
Go!
Correction. First serve. Love.
This is becoming a noteworthy statistic now, the second serve numbers, where Evans in both sets is winning almost double the amount of points on his second serve compared to Walton. A bit more impact with the movement of that delivery. Really, it's more about the longer rallies. Both players have proven themselves capable of a brutal 1-2 punch. Case in point right here. But when the exchanges get a little longer, Evans more able to generate himself a winning position from the back foot. Stunning serve and volley. Great cut around the outside of the ball. It should have been awkward, that up against the body. And Team Evans knows that's a quality combination. And with the strong energy of that service hold, there's a real opportunity now to transfer momentum into this return game.
Love 50. All.
Be a little disappointed about that one, Evans. No stranger to a backhand passing winner, but he's been able to give good credit to Walton for the quality of his first strikes throughout this match.
$15.30.
And he's still got that all-important first point that did just transfer the previous game's momentum into this one. He's got the first set under his belt. He's got something to build on here in the second. Pressure's on Walton now. Too good. Great use of the length of the court from Walton.
30.
This is a switch up. Evans has backed off behind the baseline here, anticipating a deep drive. He didn't read the changeup of the racket until it was too late. Smart stuff from the Aussies' end of the court.
Out. 40-30.
What a shame. It was absolutely magnificent, the lob from Evans. From having his back against the wall, he was fully ready to Houdini, and just a little too much on the overhead. Fair play, Adam Walton, for digging his heels in, particularly with that drop volley behind the serve. So intelligently noted and executed. And for that reason, he's still on serve in the second set.
Time.
So can he make that overhead miss costly, Walton? Evans has to start mounting momentum from scratch again.
15 left. LTA 15. LTA 15.
And the serve doing all the hard work for Evans in this game, and so precise is it when it's necessary that it's not making it look like hard work at all.
Game Evans. New balls, please.
He's got a modest first serve percentage in this set, Evans, around the 60% mark, but it's the moments he finds those numbers. And he's got himself exactly where he broke through in the opening set. 3 games all, and a sign of intent as he picks up a fresh racket. Looking for a bit of a change in tension, but also matching, I think, the new balls here.
Love. Love.
Well, it's interesting, the racket change for Evans. A lot of players do that when the balls change. They change racket strings to match. The ball flies differently out of the can. It seems to have lost some rhythm here, Evans.
Okay, Walton. Walton leads 4
games. You can see him thumping
3.
on the strings, just trying to get the tension to where he wanted it maybe at the beginning of this game, but not able to make a dent in this set at the moment where he broke in the set previous. And Adam Walton rolling along now with the scoreboard in his favor. Just the 1 break of serve in set 1, and 7 games, no breaks in set 2. Evans, the highest remaining seed in the draw here in Surbiton after world number 60 and top seed Alex Mikkelsen was upended in the first round by Paul Jubb yesterday. Jubb on this court later on to face Mikhail Kukushkin. You can see that happen. They were very privileged here in the UK with the access to grass courts. Not so easy to maintain the lawns in other countries. And the British players have good practice and training access to these courts through the LTA's National Tennis Centre in the lead up to the grass court season. Evans himself, though, not a recipient of this time around, having made a really quick turnaround from Paris to Surbiton. So credit to him for the level he's exhibited so far. That was much needed. You could just sense the swinging of the pendulum in the other direction since he switched his racket at 3 games all. Walton a little too careful with the return, just keeping it out in front. Evans answered with full commitment on the forehand.
20-15.
Now, for a fact is strong words.
How do you miss that and he missed that? That's pretty slow ball.
It was pretty slow, yeah.
I would like to see the baseline shot of that again. He'll feed off that, Evans, whether Walton is right or wrong. The fact that his opponent is agitated by that, whether the forehand hit or missed the baseline, it just shows that he's feeling the pressure of the matchup and of the scoreline in general. Still hasn't broken serve, and he won't on this occasion. So, the spotlight is thrown back across the net. Evans with another opportunity to make something happen on the return of serve. He's just lost his rhythm on the return, Evans, since that 3-all game. Something for Walton to build on here.
40 love.
I don't know, there seems to be some agreement between the players on the line calling within this match.
Game, Walton.
No, now it might kick off.
Was it a lap?
Walton leads 5 games to 4.
I didn't hear it, but
Well, it's all happening here on centre court. What isn't happening is any breaks of serve. Adam Walton holds service game 5 of 5. In set 2, that one the most significant. Gets him a shot at a breakthrough for the set. As Evans serves in a minute's time. The frustration is understandable. The margins, which are already so fine in this sport, get so much finer on a grass court, particularly in a men's match where the serves are so fundamental. There's a lot of quick points between the 3 to 5 shots mark. And a line call that goes against you can have a big impact. Evans serving to stay in set 2.
Let.
Out.
15 love.
That sweet timing from the baseline.
30 love.
And still with that forward thought process, Evans. Look at him keeping tight to the baseline on top of it here and driving through the final shot. Aggressive mindset. The way to rob Walton of time on his backhand side. Despite the scoreboard, still total confidence in his own approach to this match.
Yeah, Evans.
Yeah, that's strong and he knows it.
5 games all.
A love hold in the opener catapulted him to the momentum that sealed the first set. Now the opportunity to replicate. Big effort there from the number 2 seed.
Back.
15 love.
Two brilliant 1-2 punches from Walton, maximizing the far reaches of the court and just giving Evans no reaction time. He's really played his way into this match, has settled. And even has an answer to a different return there from Evans. Switch up on the backhand side, gets the result.
Come on.
40-50.
Oh, that is a rocket and a half.
40-30.
Walton will feel like he could have got a bit more on his own forehand to prevent this from Evans, who'd not even started moving before his racket made contact with the ball, but still, quality.
Hey, Walton.
Phenomenal final delivery
Walton leads
to prevent a
38 to
game
5.
of two halves from the Adam Walton side of the net. Strong start makes all the difference. Dan Evans looking for a tie break at best now in set 2.
Time.
Vote!
15 love.
Who's been doing a good job of getting that ball dipping, Evans, when his opponent is in the forecourt. But Walton will feel like he had more of a hit on that particular volley. Just wanted to close a little bit quicker.
30 love. Just out.
Late call. I think Walton was actually waiting for the confirmation from Evans on that occasion. He's got a friend in his corner where these line calls are concerned. Let's have a look. Oh, I mean, it's tough from my angle, but Evans gave the nod.
Vote!
30-15.
It's been rare that we've seen a miss like that from Evans, but it's also been rare for Walton to get the switch up on the ball into that one-handed backhand side. Something for him to draw on as he hopes to extend this match. The opportunity to make Evans uncomfortable on that side. The issue is he's been
40-15.
robbed of those opportunities due to the quality of serving and the quick nature of a lot of the points, particularly on the Evans service game.
Oof. 40-30.
Bludgeon the backhand. Walton kept it really flat and tight to the net. Bit of a nightmare for the net player on the stretch. Much like Evans, a sniff of a chance here. The toss was telling of a bit of pressure being felt. And the tight margins now in Adam Walton's favour, just a couple of points away from clinching the set, having not broken serve though so far in this match. Oh, wow.
Advantage, Walton.
Well, Evans has hung so tough throughout this set that he really did need a bit of fortune on his side, Walton, and he has it with that dead net cord. Set point on the return. The slimmest of slim margins. But a couple of second serves proved costly at the very back end of that second set, and Adam Walton is back on the warpath. Held serve impeccably throughout that set to keep the scoreboard ticking over, to keep the pressure applied, and it told at the 11th hour. He'll serve first in the decider against the number 2 seed. Well, so much credit to Walton because that took a lot of patience. As expected, the first serve's doing a lot of talking, but as that set progressed, the second serve percentages swung into Walton's favor. It was still on the Evans racket in that department at the beginning of the set, and maybe patience waning a little bit for Evans. There was that racket change at 3-all when it felt like he had rhythm across the board, and it completely left him at that point in time, which allowed Walton to keep his foothold at a moment where it looked like things might swing in Evans' favor again. There was a love hold for him there at 4-3. And that made all the difference in terms of his ability to keep things moving. So it's tumultuous territory for the seeds here in Surbiton. Alex Mickelson out of the men's competition, the top seed taken down by Paul Jubb yesterday. And in the women's event, Zhu Lin, the top seed, and number 3 seeded Victoria Golubic, both out of the competition in round 1. Evans not home and dry after a pretty high quality opening 2 sets of tennis here in the afternoon sunshine, and great to see such good attendance. So many people out to enjoy the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. It's a much loved tournament.
Thank you.
Time. Final set, Walton to serve.
Here we go then, final set shootout. Adam Walton with a tour leading 30 ATP Challenger Tour match wins to serve first in set 3.
15 love.
Was his first break of the match to get that 7-5 second set. The fact he hung on to it with the quality of his own serve will give him a boost of confidence here.
30-15.
Evans will do everything in his power to yank that away. Just doing enough to slow things down here, Evans. Just got to do some reading on the return. And he attempted to, Evans. Anticipated the T serve. Walton, did he clock that? Or had he already committed elsewhere? Either way, move didn't pay off. There we go, that's the heels dug in.
Yes.
He just shrugs off the previous point ever so quickly. Evans' eyes never leave that ball. Good positioning up close to it. Allowed in, of course, by the second serve, but seized the reins.
Oh! Oh!
Advantage, Walton.
Well, if you're struggling to understand this frustration from Evans, he's just had the second set snook off him. Not only have there only been 2 breaks of serve in this match, there have only been 2 break points. 1 each for either player, both converted.
Yeah, Walton.
He is painfully aware of
First
how
game,
slim
final
the
set.
margins are out here. And whether it was on clay or not, he's not got a lot of match confidence behind him, Evans, in terms of being able to come through the tight moments. And the fact that Walton broke for that second set so suddenly, that's going to rub salt into those open wounds. Tight moments of tight sets at the back end of those sets have relentlessly gone against Evans recently, and that is mental baggage. Needs the crowd out here in this deciding set.
$15 love. 3-all.
It's great, confident stuff. It was so easy to get bogged down as he saw 3 straight games run against him, but back into the rhythm of what he was doing so well on serve throughout this whole match, Evans.
40-50. Game Evans. 1 game hold.
Still just the 1 break of serve against him, and that sets up with a dead net cord. Service hold like that might just help him to get over it. And there won't be any words coming back at him from the camp. They'll just take that bit of chat from Evans, just trying to alleviate himself internally. Oh, he almost had it.
15 love.
He slowed down a fraction, Evans, when he didn't quite think he was going to make it. Then he clocks it, he's there, he's got the racket back, but not to be. Just enough from Walton. Right move to get up the court immediately. Yeah, way too good. Evans very complimentary of his opponent's serving level today, as he should be. There's a reason Evans himself has only had 1 breakpoint chance. But the frustration is still going to pile up. The amount of patience required out here.
Love.
I think the backhand has definitely announced itself out here today as to what it can do on this surface. And across the board, much like the serve, which continues to stay in 6th gear. Walton unbroken since the 7th game of the opening set, running with the advantage in the decider. Still to come today on centre court at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. Fran Jones, 23-year-old Brit, who loves a clay court, that's rare, hopes to transfer her form to the lawns. She takes on Greet Minen in the match following this one, the world number 85, so a bit of a rankings gap for Fran Jones to attempt to overturn there. And then in the final singles match of the day, Paul Jubb, qualifier, 24 years old now. Set to take on Mikhail Kukushkin
Time.
of Kazakhstan, the 36-year-old with a career high ranking of number 39. Still a long way to go in this Dan Evans-Adam Walton clash, though.
50 love.
He's just seeing that ball so well from the forecourt, Walton. Keeping his center of gravity where it needs to be, meeting that ball close to the net. Evans has tried a range of strikes to make him uncomfortable up there. A switch up from Walton himself. Didn't quite get the dip he was looking for, the Aussie, on that occasion. Smart slice to lay the groundwork for the finishing punch.
Also 15. Evans.
That's a good hold.
2 games all.
And his reactions told you as much. Rough clash for both players as their first of the grass court season. For Adam Walton, the first of his professional career on the lawns. And at an ATP Challenger Tour event, you do not expect to play a fellow top 100 competitor in round 1. But this isn't just any Challenger Tour event, this is the Surbiton Trophy. The first week of the grass court calendar. Always well attended.
15 love.
It's untouchable. 2 aces and counting. Yep, there we go. That's 3 in a row. Has he got a 4th up his sleeve? Just when it looked like he'd peaked on serve. There might still be a higher ceiling. Not quite the game of aces that he was looking for, but as good as from Adam Walton. There's a man who's been so dominant on the Challenger Tour so far this season with 2 titles to his name. Looking set on continuing his quest for a 3rd. He's got the scoreboard advantage with serve in set 3. He spent 5 years at the University of Tennessee, Walton. That is a substantial amount of time. kick-started his stay there in 2017. But it's steadily becoming an even more popular option and pathway onto the pro career for men and women alike. Gives you the fallback option in case something hits you out of nowhere. As far as the tennis goes, injury can disrupt careers at any time. Walton credits it with improving both his tennis and his physique. Looks ready to play another few sets here against Evans, but this one will decide it. Good commitment in the hit from Evans. That could have been going wide, the return from Walton, but he fully backed himself, didn't think twice about it. Extra gears on the forehand wing. The serve +2 on that side. He's not held back. Good positioning around this ball. He almost played possum for a moment in that rally, Evans. And Walton almost gave it to him. Tried to be a bit too clever there. But didn't freeze from there on out. Focused to see it through. It's a massive point. Walton been able to get himself up the court on the return fractionally more. Steely finish.
3 games up.
And some relief in the roar of Dan Evans, which you can fully understand. Now, racket change at 3-all. We've seen this before. Happened second set. And the Adam Walton service game following flew by. He held to love. Evans not quite getting the same feel on the ball. What happens this time? story, just missing within the first couple of shots, Evans. And at this point, it seems more to do about the pressure Walton has been mounting in terms of offering minimal openings, telling Evans he has to generate them. It's let off the hook there. That was in the strike zone of Walton. Mark that down. It's a leg up. So much to be said here for giving your opponent the opportunity to miss. He's thrown in some cheap points at 3-all in both of the last two sets, Evans, and this time he competes with a bit more margin. Still with a proactive mindset, but just getting Walton to play more balls. The length of shot pegging him back. Some pressure on this serve.
Oh!
That's the one. Slice return, just gave himself time to get himself up the court. Evans kept his positioning at the net. Just his second break point of the match now. First break point saved in this encounter. And what a weapon to have in your pocket, that big first serve. A couple of seconds have left the door open in this set. Actually, 3 second serves total for Adam Walton in this particular game. That was clutch, but he's not done here.
Advantage Walton.
Such focus quality in a high pressure scenario for Dan Evans. Would have been absolutely furious if this game were to get away there, having had break point, having composed himself so brilliantly. Was locked in from the word go.
Advantage Walton.
The longer this match goes on, the harder it's going to be to keep the perspective that Evans has had throughout the match, giving credit to Adam Walton for his serving capabilities, for the big hits behind it. He's been chasing on the board for some time. And that's gone. You can't see the chalk on the ball, and that's because it did land long. And what a hold of serve for Adam Walton. the first time in this
I am
match
pretty sure on that one, to be honest.
that a player has held serve after facing break point. Very little in this. How long can Evans maintain his patience? He really pulled it together and launched himself at that return game. Is he able to see that Adam Walton won that game? He didn't lose it. First and foremost, it was the Walton forehand makeable volley at 30 love that even left the door open. He closed that door, the Aussie, of his own accord, with the serve, with the backhand. But mostly with the serve, which has been such a dominant weapon today. 13 aces to his name. He's won less first serve points on the match, Walton, but still a very healthy number of 77% of first serves won. He's landing more first serves. And Evans' first serve percentage dipping in this third set might explain his desperation on the return.
Miles in front of you, Evan.
He's telling himself off for making questionable decisions. Would have liked to play that second serve maybe off a different toss, but that's what this amount of pressure and these hours on court do to you.
Right, first service. all.
Well, not sure this is as much telling of what this set has taken physically as mentally. Maybe just a combination of the two for Evans, but he's been serving second since the very beginning of the second set. That's a long time to be keeping in touch against a guy serving as strongly as Adam Walton is. First serves needed in strong supply. Timely.
40-30.
The ace that sees Evans join Walton in double digits on that count, number 10.
Game, Evans.
Back to back will do the trick.
4 games all.
Massive for the mentality of the world number 62. There's been next to no breathing room in this match. It's Giles Hussey on the right-hand side. Another product of the college tennis system. was there for the taking. He will be absolutely furious with himself, Evans. Second serve, first point of the game, just got a massive hold. And for anyone ready to come at Giles Hussey, one of our Brits, for being sat in the Walton coaching camp there, they're the same age, and they both went to the University of Tennessee. So that is your answer to that question. How does Evans answer the questions being posed of him here? Two tight moments getting away from him there.
$30.50.
All right, this is looking a little deja vu. The last two service games for Adam Walton, he's been 30 love up and it's gone back to 30 all, and that's been largely of his own doing. He had enough time to steady the ship in the previous game thanks to the strong start. Is this a different story?
40, 30.
Brick off your hand, Evan, man. Feel.
If you couldn't hear Dan Evans there, he's really struggling to deal with the sheer force of the Walton first serve. It's difficult to manufacture anything off the back of that ball when it's landing. It's whether Evans can muster resilience in the face of that and hang on long enough to get a crack. Adam Walton has not given way on serve since midway through the opening set, and thanks to that, he is one game away from round 2 with victory over the number 2 seed. That would be a result, even with his consistency over the course of the season. Not only would it be a result, it would be a career best result for Walton, bettering his win over the world number 72 of the time, Pedro Cachin, in January of this year. Great experience for Walton, making his main draw debut in Adelaide as a qualifier prior to his first ever outing at his home Grand Slam, the Australian Open. Played the main draw, lost out to the world number 35, Matteo Arnaldi, in straight sets. He was ever so close himself, Evans.
Guys, are you staying here? You can stay still if you're staying here.
The world number 62 serving to stay in this match.
Whatever, come on.
50 love.
There have been moments of tangible frustration, understandably, but he's had good attitude out here, Evans. He's consistently picked himself up to keep fighting.
30 love.
The very top players coming out to contest these events really put their names and their necks on the line. They are the target. And up against the quality, the depth of the tour, that can be really tough to shoulder. The deftest touch on the half volley.
40 love.
tough dig looks simple here, Evans, with how close he was able to keep that ball to the net, making things difficult for Adam Walton, getting his tall frame down to that height of the net in front of him. Great work.
Game Evans.
And what a hold of serve.
5 games all.
That's such high quality with the struggles he's had throughout this set.
Other way, guys.
To come out with a love hold to stay in the match.
Well, you also run across there as well because he's got something.
I think you'll have seen Evans land a little stamp with his shoe on that ball, and he's really struggling to manufacture off the back of the ball when Adam Walton is serving. It's coming in so hard and so fast. And he'd like those balls a bit softer, to have a bit more give in them. And at times we've seen him kind of drumming on his racket strings as well, trying to loosen the tension. Five all, tough to call.
Love 15.
Come on!
He's got to move on.
Just release the valve straight away on any sort of pressure.
It's the first time in this set that he's won the first point on the return, Evans. That at least gives him the tiniest bit of space to play with.
Left.
That's it, that's the shot, that's the point that could potentially turn this match. And really it builds on the first point of this game. The first time in this set, the first time since the back end of the second set that Evans has been up on the scoreboard. So much keeping in touch.
30 all.
Quite control it, the opportunity was there. He plays a bit more conservatively off his forehand side, Walton. There's more topspin.
Okay, Walton.
It's the quality of the
Walton
serve and
is
follow-up.
6
Make
games
sure
to
Dan Evans is okay here. He is physically. Will he remain so mentally after Walton came up clutch once again in the biggest point? The forehand down the line might lodge itself in his mind for a little while. Had the opportunity to use the scoreboard pressure, but once again, it's the big first strike of Adam Walton that takes him one game away from the win and the second round of the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. Stop, drop and roll kind of saved himself a little bit there by rolling with his momentum, Evans. set as it's rolled
Time.
along, just struggling to work the ball from the back of the court. It's tie break or nothing for Dan Evans. He will throw everything at this game to get to that tie break at the moment that he failed to do so in set 2. Well over a couple of hours on the match clock here.
Oh!
Love.
To have this start, serving to stay in it behind a second serve. It's going to go a long way for Evans. Every ball was playable in front of him. Measured clinically. That goes right at the top of the highlights reel.
30 love.
That is such a difficult ball to control from so low to the ground, over the height of the net. And yet impeccable balance to see things through.
Love. Correction. Yeah. Adams.
And that's what he wants to see. The best he could come up with at that moment. A
6
love
games
hold
all tiebreak.
to take him into the deciding tiebreak. First to 7 points for the second round.
Starting to think you want him to win.
This would be quite a healing win for Dan Evans with some of the tight losses he's had recently, if he can come out on the right end of this decider.
1-0. Walton.
Take it.
Doing enough to pressure that backhand with the positioning. Quick to follow up into it.
For one more.
felt like he made the decision to move forwards before actually landing that forehand, Evans, and it was, this shot's great. This one, there's too much margin for an approach. Walton is there, it's his backhand side. Sees this opportunity. First mini break for the Aussie.
Wide, yep.
It's good fire. Still the commitment to imposing, good length on shot on both of those strikes from Evans.
Light for serve.
Line again.
3-2, Walton.
Yeah, it's incredible precision in a high pressure moment, and that's when the match confidence comes through. These two have been playing at very different levels. The Evans does have that losing streak behind him of tight contests. Adam Walton looking for ATP Challenger Tour win number 31 of the year. That's a season best across the board. Just keeps you looser in these tight scoreboard moments. It was a daring shot off the back of the backhand slice. It was tough to manufacture. Evans backing off, having to deal with that difference in spin. A really well-composed tiebreak by Adam Walton so far. Half chance slipped in the set for Evans. And it was really not so much of his own doing. It was the Walton ferocity under pressure. He's rarely missed a beat in this match, the Aussie, and on paper he's the underdog. Much easier for him, although it's not easy either side, to take on these moments. Great turn through the ball.
4-3, Walton.
Autopilot there from Evans. It's good length of return, but it's not got the same pace on it.
Stay out the way.
Just gives Evans enough time to get the ball where he wants it on that forehand. It's a bit of distraction for him in terms of what's happening at the side of the court. Still down a mini break here. There we go. My word, how hard have they been to come by today?
4-all.
Evans stepping right up to that baseline to cut the ball off on its ascendancy. And for once, that ball is in his strike zone on the Adam Walton serve. Is that enough to turn the tide in his favor? Here he comes. consecutive points on the return in the tie-break can have a much bigger impact than when he's 30 love down in the return game in the set.
Come on.
He's got 2 serves for it here, Evans. He's hung on with real resilience to get here. And this could be a game-changing win for his grass court season if he can get across the line. Oh, he finds it. That's phenomenal patience, really, from Walton. Never seized up here. Gets right down to this ball. Sees the space and has the positioning to guide through. Still hangs in the balance. Winner of this point gains a match point. The scoreline, as close as the match has been, fairly reflects it. Back edge.
6-5 Evans.
My word, what a moment to find the back edge of the box. You've got a millimeters difference there between an unreturned serve and potentially a double fault. And this summons match point for Evans. It's on the Adam Walton serve. The weapon of the match.
Left for service.
Oh, wow. Chalk flew up. That is a clutch delivery from Walton, and should we even be surprised? Time and again he's come up with the goods under pressure in this clash. Such a quality first round, such a brutal first round draw for both players. You can see the potential in the Walton game to keep producing on the grass courts, a surface that he's very fresh to. Match point has come and gone for Evans. And now he'll have to face one. Ace down the tee on what continues to be a phenomenal serving day for the 25-year-old Aussie. For the first time, he's 1 point away from a career best win. Brave, really brave. He was hanging on by a thread here. There was, you're not going to see a replay, but he didn't think one of the shots earlier in the rally had landed good, Evans, and yet he knew he couldn't stop to argue, saw himself through, channeled the energy. Someone will have lost this match in a few minutes' time from match point up, and that's how close it's been. Dan Evans determined that it won't be him.
8-7, Evans.
He's rediscovered the cornerstone of the serve plus the forehand. The slimmest of slim margins set to decide the outcome here. Almost reached beyond his limits to even keep that point going, Evans. I'm not sure if he strained something. Would have landed heavily. He had no real business having a play on that final backhand. 2 match points evaporated.
Light for serve.
Not quite as impactful with the serve there, Walton. Allowed Evans to play his way in, and you can see by the look on his face that he knows how costly that might be after well over 2 hours of competition. We finally have a match point on serve. And this the serve of the number 2 seed, Dan Evans. Looking for it to be 3rd time lucky.
Out. Okay, send match 7.
A phenomenally fought match point saving triumph for Dan Evans in his first Clash of the Grass Court season. A first round match of top 100 competitors, and the level reflected that. You've got to respect this man. He's had some really tough, tight losses recently, and he dug deep to make sure that did not happen today. Around about 2.5 hours of an enthralling contest, and Adam Walton played his part. First professional grass court season for the Aussie. He's got the tools to really do damage on this surface. And boy, did he make Evans work for it today. He had him on the brink. It was the tiniest moment at the back end of the tiebreak that made the difference, when he didn't quite have the same pop on his serve. But it took hours of Evans trying to wear him down. Big stuff from Evans to see himself into round 2, where he did fall at that hurdle last season to the big serving, big hitting Gabriel Diallo. This is a bit of a healing triumph on multiple levels.
Your opponent has been flying through the rankings, so you must be really pleased with the win today.
Yeah, it's always tough to play first match on the grass. He played extremely well. Obviously made me really work for it, and I thought I played pretty well. It was just a difficult match, difficult conditions, very windy, and I'm just happy to come through.
So, a settle, 6-all. What's going through your mind? What are you telling yourself in the tiebreak? Is it strategy? Is it you're trying to get yourself to relax?
No, I mean, just each point. I was trying to just focus on the next point, as obvious as it sounds. Had some very tough matches this year, and this was just another one, and I needed to, try my hardest to come through, and I just kept trying. Really, there's no try and play my game if I had chance, but stay calm and keep encouraging myself to come forward if I could.
Absolutely did just that. And final question, so you come here from the clay. It's a pretty difficult transition, isn't it? How do you sort of manage that transition?
Play matches, that's basically it, yeah. It's, I chose to come here straight away and get some matches, and grass I feel is the most the toughest surface to sort of transition to, and there's no better place to do it than matches is what my feel on it, and today hopefully I should play some better tennis tomorrow, yeah.
Well, congratulations, thank you so much for chatting to us. Into the next round here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy.
Dan digging deep.
And don't forget, if you do want to
Good enough to get the win in the final set tiebreak. Some relief for Dan Evans today, as we'll get a look at the final match stats here.
Tickets will be on sale
And
from the 9th. Oh, they're already Alrighty, we're ready for our third match of the day here on Centicle at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. A very warm welcome to our ball kids from Hollyfield Secondary School, so please do give them a big round of applause. And ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to introduce our players. Ranked 85th in the world, please welcome our 4th seed, Greet Minin. And let's give a very warm welcome to our very own Francesca Jones. 26 years old, she's amassed an impressive total of 11 titles on the ITF World Tennis Tour, with the most recent coming in Porto back in February of last year. She's reached the third round of the US Open twice as a qualifier and famously took out Venus Williams in the second round last year. Another good win came at Wimbledon in 2022 when she defeated Garbiñe Muguruza in the opening rounds. She comes here off the back of some good form, having made the semi-finals of a WTA 125 event in Charleston and defeating world number 40 Licia Tsurenko to make the third round in Miami. From Belgium, please welcome Greet Minin. And in 2022, she broke the top 150 for the first time in her career and achieved a career-high singles ranking of world number 149 after making her Grand Slam singles debut at the Australian Open the previous year. She's been sidelined by a number of injuries since, but returned to the tour last year and made a career best run to the semi-finals of the WTA in Bogota. She's hit the ground running in 2024, reaching the biggest final of her career at the San Luis Open in March, and winning another title a couple of weeks ago. She's on the NTC Player Access Program, which provides support for players targeting the WTA's top 250. From Bradford, West Yorkshire, please give a very warm welcome to our British number 7, Francesca Jones. The chair umpire for this match is Fiona Edwards from Great Britain. Ladies and gentlemen, as a courtesy to the players and your fellow spectators, we ask that you please turn all mobile phones and audible devices to silent during the match, and please refrain from using flash photography. Other than that, enjoy the match.
So it's full steam ahead once again on centre court on this Wednesday at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy, where first round action is continuing. And another Brit is in action, Francesca Jones, still just 23 years old, has had enough injury setbacks to last a career. She's had to show some serious resolve to keep fighting back and showing what she's capable of. And she's got a shot at a successful start to her Grand Court season for 2024 as she takes on the number 4 seed, Greet Minin. It's the first time meeting between the Brit and the Belgian. And Abigail Johnson back with you for this match after I did just have to take a breather. What a win for Dan Evans, the number 2 seed in the men's draw here in Surbiton. Match point saved in the final set tiebreak against Adam Walton, who has won more matches than any other player on the ATP Challenger Tour this year. Fiona Edwards in the chair, just letting everyone know that Greet Minin, the world number 85, will be kick-starting this match on serve. She's got a career-high ranking, Minin, in the world's top 60, with some of her career highlights coming on the grass courts. Beat former champion Garbiñe Muguruza in the opening round of Wimbledon in 2022. And has twice reached the third round of the US Open, so she knows about performing at the highest levels, but I think she'll also know that she's got a fighter on her hands in Fran Jones. And no one really wants to play a Brit on grass courts in their first match of this season. Jones does love a slower surface. It complements her topspin forehand. Has proven herself a real master on the clay. That earned her a spot on the Great British Billie Jean King Cup team this season, making her debut on the bench there. But what can she do on the lawns? It's time to find out in match number 3.
You got 3 over there?
On centre court here today at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. It's Fran Jones facing off with Greet Minin for the first time, to be followed by the second round match between Paul Jubb British qualifier and former top 40 player Mikhail Kukushkin in the men's draw.
First set, Brett Minnan to serve. Ready? Bang.
Ball!
Stay there.
Out!
15.
Ball!
13 love.
Behind the scoreboard.
That's 40 love.
Successful junior career as well for Greet Minnan. Reached the final of a Grand Slam in doubles at the 2015 Australian Open. He's come steadily through the pro ranks and has had exposure to tennis in the UK outside of the grass court season. Used the entry-level ITF events here over the years pre-COVID.
Out game. Minnan.
That two-handed backhand was always a standout element of her game. And it helped steer her to the opening hold of serve here on centre court. She's played in WTA finals, Minnan. There's a couple of titles to her name achieved in 2018 and 2021, both on hard courts. And kick-started her 2024 season with a nice run to the final of the Brisbane International prior to the Australian Open. That was alongside a Brit, Heather Watson. They lost out to the very experienced team of Ludmila Kishenok and Elena Ostapenko. But there is depth to the game of Greet Minnan. She's a tricky opponent for Fran Jones to open up against here.
Out!
15. Love 13.
And there's going to be pressure on that second serve of Jones. She knows it. That pressure just telling early on in her very first set of the grass court season.
Out!
15 and 13. Out 15, 14.
Well, she loves the slower surface of clay, Jones, and she knows how to build the points. Today, she's got to get into the mindset of going big on the serve and using the first ball behind it. And that's the way. Great groundwork laid.
30, 40.
Great footwork to keep positioning around the ball. And nice placement of herself on top of the baseline. And she does have the repertoire, Jones, to compete in these conditions.
Outscale, Minnan.
But Minen is hitting that ball cleanly early on.
Minnan is 2 games to love.
And she gets the first breakthrough of this encounter.
Roll the balls, thanks.
Minen also in doubles action. So this is her first singles match of the tournament, but she is in the doubles alongside Harriet Dart. Got that win under her belt a couple of days ago, so she's at least played her way onto the surface. For Jones, this is it. This is match number 1 of grass court season 2024, so it can make a difference just in terms of who starts more quickly out here, and that player is the Belgian.
Allow 15.
Right down to meet that ball.
Allow 30.
And Minen cannot afford to get passive out here. Jones is tenacious. She's shown that throughout her career. The condition she lives with, EED, is much talked about, but less so the injuries she's had to overcome.
Allow 40.
And she's looking at opportunity here, not just in this return game, but in the grass court season as a whole. It's been a long time since she's been able to have a proper go at this segment of the season. Court coverage on top.
Minnan is 2 games to 1.
And that's the kind of fight you get used to seeing from Fran Jones. To love is no occasion for her to count herself out. Straight back on serve here on centre court at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. Continuing with first round action here in 2024 in the first week of the LTA's British Summer of Tennis. Sat out the grass court season the last few years, Fran Jones. Last year, injury kept her at the sidelines from Roland Garros right the way through to the W100 Shrewsbury, which is the biggest women's event in the UK outside of the grass court season. A couple of familiar faces watching on from the stands who saw her in action there in Shrewsbury. Claire Curran, who works with a lot of the doubles players at the LTA's NTC, and Ian Bates, who's head of women's tennis at the LTA. It was a long 5 months of additional setback for Jones after previous physical woes had seen her miss grass court season 2022.
Out!
15 love.
In 2021, she was ranked just inside the world's top 200, had some competitive matches on the grass, but wasn't able to come through in any of them. Some tough draws though. Donna Vekic in Birmingham. And even tougher in the first round of the championships. Main draw 2021, Coco Gauff. Ranked 23 at the time, the then teenager from the States. Has since climbed inside the world's top 5. Good calm from Minnan.
15-13.
Her opponent today has such a will to win, and she will offer her extra balls in ample supply. But she has very little issue finding her feet in the forecourt. Now the backhand, the stronger wing. Jones looking to send different flights of ball into that side, but just not quite enough length on the slice to damage. Chance to break through once again for Minnan. Too good. Penalising anything short in the court, Minnan.
Minnan leads 3-1.
And showing her quality as a member of the world's top 100, ranked pretty securely there as the current world number 85. ITF World Tour titles to Minnan's name, including one last season.
15 love.
She has the flatter strike, Minnan. She has the more naturally vicious intent with her shots. And it just puts her in a position where she has options. Good disguise on this forehand, just coming up the back of it, getting the whip and the angle.
Fault!
Just offered a window there, Minnan. But her positioning consistently up the court when she gets the opportunity kept it only fractionally ajar. Little slip up from the Belgian, but she has righted the ship.
Oh boy, could you get me water, please? Thank you.
Break advantage backed up here for 4-1.
Thanks. Is there any in there? Okay, thanks.
Has been dangerous territory here in Surbiton so far this week for seeded players. Top seed Julin and number 3 seed Victoria Golubic, both out of the competition. The latter at the hands of British qualifier Nick the Baines on this very court yesterday in straight sets. Still potential danger for the number 2 seed Tatiana Maria, who'll be taking on Sonne Cartel, semi-finalist at the W100 event in Ilkley and back-to-back years. Cartel.
Time.
And on a strong streak of form, 10-match winning streak for Cartel, although Maria, former semi-finalist at Wimbledon as recently as 2022, she'll be a different task today. Still plenty of tennis to come on centre court. Paul Jubb, another British qualifier, taking on Mikhail Kukushkin, former top 50 player in the second round of the men's event. That Challenger 125 staged alongside the W100 this week. That's more like it. Played the ball there, Jones. And even though Minnan was reading the point, she didn't have the wheels to keep up in the end. Strong support for Jones. You'll have heard her cry of C earlier on in the match. Has trained out in Spain, hence her familiarity with and love of the clay. You can really sense that fire about her. It's reminiscent of that part of the world, the tennis world, when she's competing.
Out. 14-15.
It was well watched in terms of focus on the ball by Fran Jones. Minen a little unsure of her choice of the drop shot in the end. But still with the scoreboard advantage here. Match is continuing across the grounds at the Surbiton Racket and Fitness Club. Always very packed opening days at this tournament, and that only increases today because of the early finish to yesterday as a result of the rain.
Out!
15. Lexus. 15.
It's a very clean ball strike from the Minen racket. It's just baiting Jones to try and out-hit her, out-muscle her as she puts those balls in play consistently with good length, decent margin.
15.
And the serve, the bedrock of her performance in the middle portion of this set.
Game, new balls, please.
It's steady stuff from the Belgian side of the net. And it's good enough to take her one game away from the opening set. You feel that Jones is not far off. It is just one break of serve. Minen serving first means that it looks like more. The difficulty is it might just feel like more for the number 4 seed, and she's going to take a real swing at this return game as she hopes to break through for the first set advantage.
Time. Eagles.
Does this help Jones out? New balls as she serves to stay in the set. Minen's definitely settled into a level of rhythm off the ground. And if Jones can land that big first strike, it's less chance of her opponent being able to control the ball.
15. 13.
Hasn't been without setbacks this season. Johns was starting to launch a good campaign at January's Australian Open, was 4-love up in the deciding set against Ellis Seidel, who ended up qualifying and playing Arina Sabalenka in the first round. Well, Jones cramped up in that set. Oh, what a shot. Great connection.
14, 15.
It was another knockback in January after full season of injury in 2022. And more niggles and setbacks in 2023. She gets back up every time, and she's showing those resilient qualities in this match, Jones. She has broken the Minen serve already in this set, and it's just the one break still separating the two. She's asked her opponent to seal this set on her own terms. The Belgian still has to answer that question. Too good.
30 love.
Again, it's the strong first serve into the body that just keeps Minen dictating. Jones had near enough read the pass, but it was a long way to stretch. This is nice. Jones staying tight to the baseline on first and second serve. Might just have helped to draw a second delivery from Minen and quickly got herself into the encounter, just making the seeded player feel a little short on time, but not that time.
14.
Minen doing the rushing, Minen holding the scoreboard advantage. And Minen with double set point.
Ball.
There it is.
6 games to 3.
Greet Minen with a steady performance in set number 1. has long been comfortable on the grass, and she's settling right back into it. Her second match of the week, but her first in the singles. Getting off to a strong start. And the after-work crew starting to come into the stands as we enter the latter half of the afternoon, dressed accordingly. It does get quite windy out here, just due to the open expanse of land, and the wind can come in from the side of this court, which makes it quite tricky to contend with. I think Harriet Dart and Dan Evans, both of today's winners so far on centre, have spoken about the difficult nature of those conditions.
Centre court, first set, Milan 6 games to 3.
Time.
On the consolation for Fran Jones in this second set. She gets the opportunity to take the serving advantage and use the scoreboard. And there is a big difference in terms of the impact of the first serve. Jones landed nearly double the number of first serves to Minen in the first set. But she won 20% less first serve points. And that's just to do with whose ground strokes have more bite when the rallies extend. Very key, therefore, for Jones to throw everything at that first ball behind the serve. That's why she can have the most impact.
Her serve.
Thirteen, 15.
I see why Minen stood, or was stood there to receive. Pure positioning impacting, but also the very first strike of the set from Minen sent a message that is still reverberating around this arena.
Out. 14, 15.
As much as she does have a more traditionally aggressive strike off the ground, Minen, the impact of the wind could be interesting. Just a little more footwork adjustment necessary.
Out. Use.
It's picking up a little bit now as we head deeper into the afternoon. Oh, how well did she plan herself there, Minen?
Advantage, Minna.
Brilliant height on the lob. No shot at the overhead, just forcing Jones back in the court. And at that point, she was really well stabilized up at the net. Jones has got to try and get some movement into her opponent's body or her backhand.
Net for serve.
Just something that is going to take that strike away from Minen in the early stages of the exchange. But that is struck true by the world number 85, just showing her class and her level out here so far. She's got a very level demeanor. And despite Jones breaking back in the early stages of the first set, she hasn't flinched. Off competition at Roland Garros, Minen had a very tricky first round opponent in the number 4 seed at that event, Elena Rybakina, Wimbledon champion in 2022. Straight sets outcome against her, no shame in that. On the plus side for her, more time to get going on the lawns.
Love 15. That's brilliant length of shot from Jones. Love 30.
And that's the damage she can do with the forehand. She's not always going to hit through the court immediately on that forehand side, although she can build up to it, as we saw with some of her winners inside in back end of the first set. But with that work up the ball, she can generate really good depth of shot. That going in at Minen's body, robbing her of the angle to work with. I think she's confused by the fact that chalk flew up here, Minen.
I think it just missed long. So you're giving the point now? Okay, thanks. Thank you.
15.
Oh, that's really classy from Fran Jones to hand the point to Minen there. Her opponent showing appreciation. Yeah, it could have landed wide on the baseline, but wrong side of the tram line. Jones deems it good. That's masterful use of the width of the court.
30.
But Jones never stops running, but she's got to go pillar to post here. It's a near impossible task. Phenomenal play from Minen, and it just underlines how good was Jones to give her that previous point. If it had gone down as a miss down the line, it would have been triple break point for Jones, and boy does she need the helping hand right now.
Out. 30-14.
She plays fair, and she's kept her head in the moment here. No head down, no feeling sorry for herself. Break back point. But a clutch delivery from Minnan. We spoke about her first serve percentage being down in the first set, but it's not about that number as a whole, it's about the moments you find the first delivery too, and Minnan, where she needed to be in that opener.
Advantage, Jones. Deuce.
Now this time she can't believe it's not been called Jones, the forehand. It was close. Minnan not holding back.
Advantage, Minnan. Deuce.
And slowing this match down, Jones, and getting that depth into the two-hander more specifically. Giving Minnan something to contend with here.
Let for serve.
Ball!
Advantage, Minnan. Game, Minnan.
Came through strong, just had something in reserve there. The world number 85. And it starts with a first serve of pinpoint accuracy. Never stopped building from there. So Jones consistently chasing throughout this match.
Love 15.
She watches the ball so incredibly well from the forecourt, Minnan, and no issues generating her own pace from the back of the court. Everything she's done out here to date has been oozing with confidence. The double skills really coming through. Has her higher ranking on the doubles court. Inside the world's top 70, career high top 50. And that's showing with her rounded skill set. Gotta be careful back there, that's tough. When you try and push off in these early days on the grass courts from deep behind the baseline, the grass is much lusher there, less trodden down and pretty slippy. Not the ideal position to start a sprint from, and not an ideal position for Fran Jones on the scoreboard right now. Triple break point for the double break for Minnan. And there it goes. She's built a steady wall on center court, Minnan, and Jones knows it's going to take her utmost physical effort to turn this one around. Just not quite getting as much out of her serve as her opponent today on this slicker, quicker surface compared to what she's used to playing on year round. And it is the number 4 seed with a set and a double break. Early days in the grass court season. Week 1 of 4 weeks of tennis leading up to the main draw of the Wimbledon Championships. This event to be followed next week by competition in Nottingham, WTA level for the women, and another ATP challenger for the men. And competition heads to Ilkley, Birmingham and Queens. A mix of ATP Challenger Tour, ATP and WTA level competition, plus the ITF 100 in Ilkley. And then Eastbourne played simultaneously with Wimbledon qualifying. Fran Jones knows there's tennis left to be played, but how much in this match remains to be seen.
15 left.
Just getting up the court so quickly, so straightforwardly. Minnan doesn't overcomplicate things. Nice switch up between the clean strike and the slice on the backhand as well. Has total clarity with when to use what. Doesn't easily let go of the steering wheel. Ah, that is some survival, though, from Fran Jones.
40-50.
First time we've seen the serve and volley move from Minen. Had to get low for the volley. It sat up a little, and Jones said, thank you very much. Lasso, forehand down the line.
Oh. 40-50.
No one hangs on like Fran Jones.
Deuce.
And just as I was talking about the clarity about Greet Minen, that serve and volley seemed unnecessary in terms of where this match was going for her. A bit rushed. She's built up her approaches to the net very steadily. Just left the door open, lit the fire under Jones' feet as she landed that brilliant pass. And the winds of change might be blowing now.
Out.
Much better approach. Very measured, calculated,
Deuce.
and completed in style.
Advantage, Minen. Game, Minen.
And the serve has the final say. She almost lost her footing, Minen, but ultimately the strong start bought her time. Strong tug at the rope from Fran Jones, but now has to start from square one. And while you wouldn't 100% write her off, it looks like a must-hold service game here for the British 23-year-old. And there's an adrenaline rush for Minen, having navigated those complicated moments in the previous game. Nothing to stop her stepping up and really going for her shots, apart from herself. And she seems to be in a good place. Nice change up from Jones, something a bit different.
15-all.
She stood right on top of the court.
15-30.
And closing off the angle so quickly. Late step up, boom.
Point.
30-all.
Oh, it's too good, the dig from Minnan. And it was a strong approach from Jones in terms of the quality of the shot itself, but you have to wonder at this point about going into the Minnan backhand, the two-hander that's so capable and has a degree of versatility that makes it tough. Anki Othavong watching on, Billie Jean King Cup captain.
Yes.
She brought Jones into the squad in April. She knows her fighting tenacity. You wouldn't write her off until it's all over. There's a lot of work to be done.
Advantage, Jones. Advantage, Jones.
Such a tight call on the Minnan forehand cross court. She was patiently building there, Jones, working the backhand to dig into the forehand. She'll be glad to be on the same end of the court as her coaching team, just getting a bit of support, advice from that.
Foul!
Yeah, that's a quality connection and noted as such. Can she do that in back-to-back points? That's what's required here. There we go, that's what she's been looking for. Consecutive points of channeled aggression.
4-1.
And Fran Jones is still a contender in this match. It is a long way back though, with Minnan holding the advantage at a set and a double break. That, however, is a start. A longer game that rocked back and forth might just have stalled some momentum. Wins in the women's draw already today from some names of note. Alison Van Ootvank, former top 50 player. Isla Tomjanovic, who's been right up the rankings. The Aussie coming back from injury setbacks. She's a world number 202.
Time.
Career high ranking of number 32 achieved last season. She got the better of her, I was going to say fellow top 100 player, but she's a former top 100 player now, Tomjanovic. Amina Bektas, the world number 98, was her first round opponent. Harmony Tan, who ended Serena Williams' Wimbledon career, also a first round winner.
Love 15.
There we go. You see this happen so often when there's been the chance to break and you haven't quite pushed through. It doesn't matter where you sit on the scoreboard, whether you're up or down. If you've had that game fall against you, it can impact you in the follow-up. It's just provided that doubt on the Minen side of the net. May have to work a bit more. And for Jones, it's given her the belief to keep fighting, that I'm sure she already had.
Love 14.
Here it is, off the back of a long game, just making Minen play still more. Launches through that.
Balls down, balls down, balls down, please.
And the team impressed,
In a
approving, but not surprised. They know what they're working with here. For the second set in a row, Jones gets a break back. But she does still trail. Most importantly, from her perspective, momentum has been stalled, and now it's starting to gather on her end of the court. Well, she might have a couple of gears that she's not yet used out here, Jones. Minen not getting as many of those quick points as she was to build her lead.
Out. 30 love.
that's clean.
30-15.
Still looking to build to the backhand to set up the route into the Minen forehand, Jones, but if she doesn't get it quite right, she is going to get killed by that two-handed strike. An emphatic point can really have impact beyond that point in isolation. And Jones serving wide there once again, looking to the backhand. I do wonder if the body serve is a good shout for her on the second delivery. Just gives her a bit more margin and still takes the opportunity to attack away from Minen. That is just a little telling of the mountain that's still to be climbed. The backhand line from Minen in this game just planting a full stop on the story that Jones was writing. This is break point.
Yes. Advantage, Minen.
And a couple of double faults back to back could yet prove costly. She put herself back in the position of fighting from behind Jones. Advantage to the opposition.
Deuce. Advantage, Jones.
She will summon it from within. Big reaction every point from Jones, just adding to her work off the ground, showing with her demeanor that she's still present, still fighting from break point down to game point up.
Jones.
And that's good enough for a massive hold. 3 games on the bounce.
Minen leads 4 games to 3.
For the 23-year-old, she's a former top 150 ranked competitor, Jones. That was at the beginning of 2022 before the injury setbacks started up with a vengeance. But she's displaying the resilience that she has built up often at the sidelines, bouncing back time and time again. Just the one break between herself and Greet Minen in this second set.
Time.
It's going to be a very telling first couple of points of this service game, and for Minen, first serves or highly accurate seconds are of the essence. Massive first point. Fresh urgency about Jones here. 3 games on the bounce. Minen serving at 4-3. And she puts the pressure on with her movement behind the ball strike. That's such a dig on the volley.
That's for some.
I heard something. Same time.
Love 13.
Well, that Minen serve and volley when she was up and dominating has changed everything in this match. Jones landing that forehand, backing herself. The tide seriously turning in her direction. Just let it get away with her there, but the whole movement on both sides of the net is altering. Minen on her first shots behind the serve, where she was so fluidly moving up the court, she's now leaning out of her ground stroke. She's feeling the pressure. It's Jones with that forward movement.
Out. 30-all.
That is what you call a clutch serve.
14-13.
Just when things seem to be evaporating, when she was struggling to maintain her footing. Minen with a handful of quick points and a helping hand from Jones. There's still time at 40-30 to get back into this game. Just got away with her in the end.
Minen leads
Great Minen
5-3.
will be heaving a huge sigh of relief. She will not show you. In terms of her demeanor, the Belgian has remained unflappable today, but at 4-3, love 30 with a run of 3 games against her, there would have been reason to panic. Jones will look back at the couple of loose forehands there as an opportunity missed. But at the same time, she'd had to be so sustained to mount a comeback. It was going to be tough to be that disciplined for that long. Something to stay in contention.
Thirty love.
Oh!
That will settle her somewhat.
15.
So return, she struck beautifully so far today, getting up close to the court, taking the ball on the rise, just getting a good read on where that serve's going. Again, it's just the positioning from Minen on the return and the number of return winners that she's hit line that is suffocating that second serve of Jones. Knows there has to be enough on the ball and doesn't fully seem to know where to go with it. It's a cumulative thing. Such a quality slice, though, skidding off the court surface.
40-30.
That at such a pressure moment, lose that point, and she's match point down.
Wait, please.
And she has hung on, as you would have expected her to. She does ask one more question of Greet Minen. She just about had the answers, the Belgian, in the previous service game. Very shortly she'll look to put the lid on this match, but against an opponent who's shown that she can dig seriously deep. Nothing's a given, particularly in a tournament where 2 of the top 3 seeds are already out of contention. Number 2 seed Tatiana Maria, not without a struggle as well. She was a breakup on Sonne Kartel. But the world number 262, who's had her own setbacks to contend with this season, back on serve in the opening set.
Time.
full marks for effort.
30, 15.
I need a replay to see where ball connected with racket or hand there. Minen's rediscovered
40,
safe ground. Big boost for her being able to navigate through for that 5-3 hold when opposition was building. Now she's got the safety net, 2 match points.
Forty, 30.
Strong finish and a final scoreline that disguises a real scare she was given in the second set. But world number 85, Greet Minen, respecting the opposition, the fight that Fran Jones puts up on centre court today.
To the second round here at the Lexus Surbiton
Wraps
Trophy.
up the win.
Greet Minen.
The serve and the backhand in particular,
And don't go
MVPs.
anywhere because we'll be chatting to our winner in just a few
For the
moments
world number
time. But before we
85,
do
and
so,
she
please put your hands
gets
together
the straight
one last
sets
time
win for
Fran
the
Jones.
second round spot at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. Fran Jones with stuff to build on at the beginning of her first grass court campaign in 3 years. She'll be so happy to be back out here with the hurdle she's had to jump, and we'll be seeing more of her before her campaign is done.
Congratulations, first match on grass, first win.
Always tricky in situations, but you seem to look cool, calm, and collected. Is that how you felt on the inside as well?
Yeah, I mean, I really took this week as a sort of a practice week to get familiar with the grass again. I'm absolutely loving it. I love the grass, so I'm really happy to be here. And yeah, I mean, Fran, she really came back in the second set. She put up a really good fight. I think it was a high quality match for sure.
We seem to have a game that is really suited to grass as well. What sorts of adaptations would you say that you have to make to your game?
Well, for sure, staying low. That's always the most important thing on the grass, to stay low, to really go for the shots. It's tough to defend on this surface, so I think going forward to the net is really important.
Absolutely. So your second time here in Surbiton, what are your thoughts?
Love it. I mean, first time I'm playing on the center court, so hopefully next match I'm here again. That would be great. Yes, absolutely loving it, and see you guys in the next round.
And we'll see you for your doubles match later today as well.
Definitely. Excited to play with Harry Dodd.
All right, congratulations. One last time, everyone. Greet Minen.
So our next match of the day will be qualifier Paul Jubb, who took out the #1 seed yesterday. And he'll be playing a former
So
top
Minen
50 player,
progresses in Surbiton in both the
and I'll be
doubles
introducing our
and
players
the
in
singles.
just a few moments' time. But Plenty of time to go
happy
grab a
with
snack,
that
grab some
day at the
water if
office.
you need to. Remember, we do have refillable
And just
water
one
fountains
match
just
still
behind
to
the
come
south
on
stand
centre
over
court
there,
today
and
as far
also
as
by the
singles
paddle
action
court
goes.
all the way over
It'll be
there
qualifier
as well.
Paul Jubb, who took out the
And if
top
you're
seed, hoping
enjoying
to
the
back
tennis
up
today,
that
there's plenty
brilliant
more where that
triumph
came from. We've got
with defeat
Nottingham,
of Mikhail
Ilkley,
Kukushkin,
Birmingham,
former world
and
number 40. That one coming up
all of
shortly.
which you can buy tickets for on the LTA website. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we will shortly be announcing our players onto the court, but before we do so, please welcome our ball kids from Hollyfield Secondary School. So now, please get ready to welcome our players onto the court for our fourth match of the day here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. From Kazakhstan, please welcome Mikhail Kukushkin. And from Great Britain, please put your hands together for Paul Jubb. 24 years old, he has a career-high ranking inside of the world's top 200, which he reached in September of 2022. Having been sidelined by injuries last year,
forecast for the rest of the week here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. The first week of the grass court season, the second Grand Slam of the year. Roland Garros continues in Paris, but those who are not in action there can kickstart their campaign on the lawns early.
One minute.
And Paul Jubb, still young at 24, but still with experience beneath his belt on the grass, courtesy of winning the NCAA's, the biggest tournament in collegiate tennis a few years ago. He was able to enter the main draw of Wimbledon, the first of two main draw appearances at Wimbledon for Jubb in 2019 and 2022.
Seconds.
One of the benefits of playing under the British flag, the opportunities that come up during grass season and the access
Love 15.
He will not hold back on the first strike on the return, Kukushkin. Biggest differentiating factor on his stat sheet against Ferry was the number of second serve points won. 40% differential with Kukushkin on the right side of that. Last season injured for half the year, but also much more than that, had to endure the loss of his grandmother. He was raised by his grandparents, Paul. So a lot physically and internally to overcome, to press on through over the last 12-month period, and to be out here competing at the level he is on the grass courts, having committed to some lower levels to rediscover his form and get his ranking back up. Every opportunity he gets over grass season, Jub, is going to be one well earned.
Love 15.
Good kick on the second serve.
15 all.
Sun's been shining on the courts today. That's what we like. He'll get a bit more out of the court surface, Kukushkin. Serve unbroken after a straight sets first round win. Saved all 5 of the break points that he faced. he's got the skills and the consistency of the
15-30.
baseline jump to bait Kukushkin to go for those big shots. We've seen it a couple of times already from the Kazakh.
All.
Low traveling strikes from both sides of the net.
30-40.
And Jub biding his time as these rallies extend. Able to stay with the pace. Immediate break point hit.
And
there it is, the Kukushkin serve broken.
Jub leads 2 games to 1.
Much as Arthur Ferry had the opportunity a couple of days ago in his first 2 return games, he had break points against the Kukushkin serve, and when he didn't convert, that match just rolled away from him. Jub will have some rhythm, having the 2 qualifying matches under his belt and then a match as recently as yesterday. He's come out locked in.
$15-1.
Oh my, what touch.
15 all.
Good drive on the forehand, but he's full stretch on the backhand here. Exceptional coverage.
Light, second set. $15-30. Thursday all.
stood waiting for that
30,
Kukushkin.
40.
Dismissive swipe of the ball. Just underlining the vast difference between the first and second serve and the impact that both make. Jab under pressure.
Juice. Advantage, Joe. Game, Joe.
That's a big survival.
Joe leads 3 games still up.
It's extremely rushing depth of shot when he gets it in play early, Kukushkin, with the flat strike, but Jab holds his own and holds his serve. 3-love, the ideal start to the second round encounter on centre court at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. Well, he might have gone the college tennis route, Jab, which has become ever more popular, but he did have exposure to some pretty quality competition during his time out there, and his run to the NCAA singles title in 2019 says as much. A run that looks very impressive in retrospect in the semi-finals. A comeback 3-set win over Alexander Kovacevic, a player who has since broken the world's top 100, and Nuno Borges, who was the top seed, his opponent in the final. Borges now sat right up the rankings, got a huge win over Grigor Dimitrov in the Australian Open this year, the Portuguese player. Borges at a current world ranking of world number 47. So confidence boosting for Jub when he looks at some of those competitors that he was in the mix with, that he got the better of, where they've got to and where he could get to as well.
Left, second set. Off.
Years of experience maybe coming into play for Kukushkin, because for someone who's had such a quick turnaround from the clay to the grass, he's composing his game incredibly well.
Love.
Had a brilliant run at the French Open. Roland Garros a matter of days ago came through qualifying. Almost let Kukushkin off the hook there, Jub.
40-15.
The drop shot was obviously a means to an end, but he was just a little bit passive, Kukushkin. Not enough height on the lob, and Jub with enough coverage in the forecourt to ultimately penalize.
Game, Kukushkin.
And that's the first game on the board for the former world number 39.
3 games to 1.
Very groove, very agitated in their first round match the other day, so he wasn't truly mentally tested there, Kukushkin, after the opening handful of games. Will be interesting to see where he goes as he trails on the scoreboard against a man who's picking up match confidence. First point as a result is big.
Plus 15.
He's figured out from these early stages that he doesn't want to hang around at the baseline too long, Kukushkin.
Fifteen. C15. Third seal.
He's taken enough of a rip at the ball, Kukushkin, that Jubb knows what awaits a second serve. That move up the court on the first point still having its impact. But the first serve, dominant in these early stages from Jubb. Winning 85% of those first serve points compared to just 38% for his opponent. And his own steadiness up at the net, having a big say behind well-built groundwork. This is a very strong start to this encounter for Jubb, who got the win in straight sets when these two faced off at this very tournament 2 years ago. Drawing on good memories, the current world number 308. Can't take a lot from that ranking. With Jack Draper, Jubb, the two of them very good friends, and Jubb has credited Draper for helping him keep his head up and keep moving and keep pushing during those tough times with injury. Draper's been in that boat himself, rehabbing, getting setbacks when he's building form. It's part of what is really a brutal sport and a very solitary sport at its core in the singles game. It's up to you to find the answers on the court. But it doesn't mean you can't find quality support away from it that's going to help you in those tough times.
15 all.
No.
30-15.
One.
30 all.
He's not getting overpowered out here, Jubb. He's finding a nice rhythm at the back of the court, and that's something for Kukushkin to take into consideration when he has the opportunity to dictate. You can sense the suffocation and how well Jubb is covering that court. It's having an impact on his consistency. Break point for the double break.
Game, Jubb.
And there it is. That's just the sustained level from Jubb. Wearing and tearing.
At least 5 games to 1.
He's carrying on with this strong vein of form on the lawn so far. Serving for a fairly dominant first set.
Love 15.
No.
15. Light, the second set.
That's nice from Kukushkin. It's something different. Jubb has been so secure striking from the baseline that there's not been an obvious opportunity to get up to the net. Instead, penalizes that positioning behind the baseline from Jubb by giving him a sprint that is beyond his reach. Yeah, that's nice.
15-40.
Look at the angle on that forehand. Jubb's in no man's land. No chance of tracking this strike down. And it might be a late surge from Kukushkin, but it's an important one.
30-40.
What a way to fend off the final break point.
Advantage Joe.
He's just switching things up on the forehand side, Jub, in terms of the flight of the ball. Just making Kukushkin do a bit more work as he looks to pull the trigger. From a promising position to set point down to the Kazakh.
Second serve.
Casually slotted away on that occasion. Differential between the effectiveness of Jub's serve and his second is huge. Winning around 80% of his first, it's 20% of his second.
Advantage Kukushkin.
But he's just established enough in this game, Kukushkin, that first serve is feeling the heat as well, unless it's pinpoint accurate. Third break back point.
Juice. Advantage Joe. Game and first set, Joe.
That will do it.
6 games to 1, new balls, please.
Fends off a late surge, and he can be really pleased with himself there. Paul Jub, the man who took out the top seed yesterday, looking good against the former world number 39. 1 foot in the final 8 in this second round clash at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy.
ATP score update from centre court for a set for Job 6-1. Thanks, Rob. Thank you.
Yeah, the numbers, there is quite a gulf in those first serve numbers, and they were the numbers that ultimately made the difference. No good having the edge on second serves won, Kukushkin, if you're not making or seeing Jub put many second serves in play. I think he maybe just hit 10 second serves in that set, Jub. And he pounced early, and that was the key. Good, solid first hold. And then capitalized on his first breakpoint opportunity. He didn't give Kukushkin any second chances. Still felt like a big game to hold for the 6-1 scoreline, just to prevent Kukushkin from giving himself a firm foundation for set 2.
Time. Second set, Kukushkin to serve.
So the opportunity to take back the scoreboard advantage for Kukushkin. But the most lopsided set that he's lost to Paul Jubb in the 3 that they've contested now in Surbiton.
Love. Love.
Oh!
C15.
Read on the return, just catching Kukushkin up on top of the court. Such was the connection. Beating him to the baseline with where he landed that ball. Early pressure.
Game, Kukushkin.
He was scared of that angle, Kukushkin.
First game, second set.
And relieved it didn't land. So he is first onto the board in the second set. The man who was a straight sets victor here a couple of days ago. Current world number 136, but that does not tell the story of his capabilities, of his achievements over the years. For a long time, he was a guy that the very top players in the world did not want to see in their opening bracket of a Grand Slam. Very capable of going toe-to-toe with the world's elite. Multiple wins over top 10 players. Andrei Rublev, Grigor Dimitrov, Stan Wawrinka among them. And a certain Yannick Sinner, who will become world number 1 on Monday.
Out!
15 love.
So immediate and so precise with that backhand. width from Jub to force him to take the non-dominant hands off to ask for the slice. It's a very flat, hard backhand wing. It's not a lot that can go wrong with the compact take back.
All. 30-40.
Well, we spoke about the low percentage of second serve points won in the first set and how it wasn't made relevant because of the lack of second serves Jub actually hit. It's also the timing of when those second serves are forced into play. And here's one at a big moment.
Game, Kukushkin.
And now you understand the double fault. That second delivery a little short in the box, tense in a tight moment, and Kukushkin all over it, rushing Jub in that game. And he might become a different player with the scoreboard advantage in this second set. Likes to play with the lead.
Love 15. Getting
one of those first 2 points to stabilize, so key for Kukushkin. Good option of serve, swinging into Jub's body, preventing him from getting engaged. The angle on the forehand, it's not the first time it's come through good for Jub in this clash. His variation on that wing has been noteworthy. Great sharpness of vision, calculating his opponent's position.
All.
There is more security on the second delivery from Kukushkin's side of the net.
40-30.
Does a bit more work with that shot, gets more movement on it, and is still ready to go big behind it.
Game, Kukushkin.
Break backed up. And he's flipped the script
3 games to love.
in this second set. Mikhail Kukushkin finding his feet on the main show court here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. Deep into day 3 of main draw action. And this one of the first second round collisions. Always plenty of top players, top 100 players in action in this very first week of the grass court season, and we saw a phenomenal first round between Dan Evans and Adam Walton be completed earlier today on this court. Match point saved by Dan Evans, the number 2 seed, to triumph in a final set tiebreak. Huge hitting, hard serving display between 2 players ranked inside the top 100. Now, when they're facing off in the first round of a challenger, even if it is a high-level ATP Challenger Tour event, a 125, you know it's a strong draw. Walton with the most ATP Challenger Tour match wins on the current season. He's frozen at 30 for this week after Evans saw him off. Zachary Svider of the States, the next opponent for Evans in round 2 tomorrow. And the winner of this clash, guaranteed to take on a Brit in the next round, Billy Harris, the wild card, getting the better of qualifier Tristan Schoolkate in the second round, having seen off Jerry Shang in his opener. Not done enough with that approach. Kukushkin, Jeb was camping in that corner waiting. Hovered, saw it, boom.
Game, Jub.
Convincingly onto the board, Jub. Just a reminder that it is only 1 break of serve. Kukushkin not running away with this set by any stretch.
Love. Love.
His intensity has just dropped, Kukushkin.
30-15.
Was Jeb getting 1 game on the board. And didn't quite keep things close enough a couple of days ago to get him agitated in the way there was potential to. rally of the tournament so far. And both players looked like they had it for a second. That was some reach from Jubb. That's one of the hardest shots in the book. And for Kukushkin to maintain control, dragged up the court. Too good. Highlight real point though, not quite enough to reignite the fire for Kukushkin. There's something for Jubb to draw on here. If he can keep extending these rallies the way he did in the first set, it's definitely some uncomfortability about Kukushkin.
Game Kukushkin.
Knocked out there, and he will take it. A little bit up and down now from the Kazakh side of the net. But he does hang on to the serving advantage and serving first. That looks nice for him on the board, much as it did for Jubb in the first set.
Yep.
And the Brit did break through again, so big moments upcoming on centre court.
Time.
Paul Jubb looking for first serves as he hopes to stay in touch in this second set. Challenger final to his name this season, but it was at a different level. There were stages of the Challenger Tour. His came at 50 level in Glasgow in February. Big effort came through as a qualifier. And he wouldn't have minded that, Jubb, as he comes back from last year's injury setbacks. He's been looking to get the matches across levels, even contesting matches on the ITF circuit here in the UK this year.
T15.
Ranking did take a boost courtesy of a semi-final of the Challenger out in Georgia end of last month.
Let's first serve. It
is a telltale sign of the pressure that he's feeling, understandably so, Jubb, on that second serve. It's double fault number 3. loose on the forehand side, Kukushkin.
40-30.
And hitting into Jubb's forehand to kick things off. He would have known he needed to finish that point with the first 2 to 3 shots from his side of the court. Such has been his opponent's baseline consistency. He'll see that as a big chance missed if he can't make this game close again. That was a second serve point.
Game, go.
Sees this chance. Good fire.
Kukushkin leads 4 games to 2.
And you see that from the former college tennis players. They know how to fight. Jubb at the University of South Carolina when he won that prestigious NCAA singles championship in 2019. He held from 30 all in his previous service game. Half chances went begging for Kukushkin. He felt like he had it, Jubb. His athleticism at the baseline, corner to corner, has been well noted. His forehand has been a bit of a differentiator. The security on that strike. He knows every time the rallies cross the 3 to 5 shots mark, he's got a good chance. Too solid now from Kukushkin, watching that ball as well as his opponent. And Jubb forced away behind the baseline. You can see the marking closer to the baseline. He's on the softer, fresher grass there, Jubb, and it is dangerous in these early days. Hope that doesn't put him off, because he is doing good work on the run. Wants to be a bit tighter to the court. He's not rushing Kukushkin the way he would want to at the moment. He's read that page of the book. That's well done.
30 all. Forty-third.
Secure first serves make all the difference. Kukushkin controlled
leads 5 games to 2.
And intentional with that first punch behind the initial delivery. For a moment, it looked like he was under threat, but 5-2 reads nicely in his favor. Jubb serving to stay in the second shortly. My word, Sonne Cartel has been digging her heels in against the number 2 seed Tatiana Maria in their first round clash in the women's draw. Lost the first set 6-4. I believe she was down a break. She was down 4-love in the second set, and she's just taken that second set in a tiebreak, 7 points to 1. Very good effort from Cartel, who's had some serious setbacks so far this season on a physical front. Looking to go incognito in the crowd there, Leon Smith and Colin Beecher, who were in the Dan Evans camp for his dramatic match point saving win earlier today. So as much as there was disappointment for Fran Jones and indeed Lily Miyazaki against her fellow Brit Harriet Dart, there have been some highlight moments for the home players so far today. Jubb serving to stay in this set.
Love 15.
It's a fine line for Kukushkin to walk at the moment, but he knows it doesn't have to be that good. Jubb has crumbled enough on the run at the back end of this set. He's got to use his time and be disciplined here, Jubb. Getting broken for the set could make all the difference. Kukushkin has enjoyed the scoreboard advantage in this set and the bit of pressure that alleviates. Sears the line with that forehand.
40-30. Game, Jubb.
Good hold.
Kukushkin leads 5 games to 3.
Could be a significant hold
Sorry, we'll do it fine.
in the wider context of this match, even in this set. The former world number 39 still has to wrap it up.
Love 15.
It's an immediate build. Great choice from Jubb to go back behind. Take some potency off his opponent's shots as he gets up the court. No, not to beat.
15 all.
More and more when he's put on the immediate stretch, Jubb, he's finding it hard to figure out a way back. Just throwing everything at the forehand and didn't have the precision down the line to really put Kukushkin under scrutiny.
The T15.
Wow.
40-15.
He had the ball to hit. Kukushkin with channeled aggression until the overhead. He did not drive through this. He left it to be played. Oh my. On replay. I wonder if that's a good call. It's a big one for double set point.
Game and second set Kukushkin.
And we do go the distance.
6 games to 3. One set all. New balls, please.
Ramping it up on the serve. Hitting big behind it. And using the scoreboard advantage, Mikhail Kukushkin takes his first set over Paul Jubb at the 4th attempt. And it's the 3rd of 4 singles matches on centre court today to go to a decider. Well, the numbers don't tell you much without the number of those serves landed. And once again, you see the big gulf between the number of second serve points won that did make an impact on Jubb this time around. Very few opportunities outright. Jubb did well to hang on at from 30 all, 1-4 and serving to ask the question, but ultimately Jubb had the answer. Kukushkin, I should say, have the answer.
Time.
Now this is the final singles match still in progress in the
Final
ATP
set.
Challenger draw.
Jubb to serve.
The 3rd set shoots out. Paul Jubb with the serving advantage and looking to use it. Was broke immediately in the 2nd set. Never quite clawed it back.
$15 off. $15 all.
so little in it.
15.
It's not dim yet, early evening. But it's tiring stuff out here. And there are going to be some questions of those calls.
Uriel. .40.
Well, that's pressure telling on second serve, but also on the board. 30-all first game of the third set. The two players having leveled each other out. Kukushkin taking a bit of momentum into the set with that final hold of the second. Opportunity to build now. Wow, he went huge. Could still do work for him. Jeb was thrown down with double fault multiple times. 5 total.
Advantage Joe.
But if he's landing his first serve, it's making all the difference. He's 82% of first serve points won on the match, Jub.
Juice. Advantage Joe. Game Joe.
Nice forward movement there from Jub to get the job done.
First game, final set.
Bit of an arm wrestle of an opening game to the third set. And it carries a lot of weight for Jub in particular. The second having fallen away from him. That's a good reset. Has won a title this season, Jub, and that was at the lower ITF level of competition in Nottingham in April. Got the win over Charlie Broom in the final. Of his match wins in 2024, a fair few have come in more recent weeks and months. That'll help with the tighter moments. It's a really good final push there from Kukushkin.
15 love.
Jub doing a good job of keeping closer to the baseline. That's necessary because he didn't have the same bite on the back foot in the second set. But Kukushkin with that final length of forehand to just push him off the mark.
Dirty love. T15. T15. T30.
Committed to staying tighter to the court, Jub. It just gives him more opportunity to seize the dictator role. High-level conviction. The moment he saw the impact he made on the return, it's full use of the court. Backing himself to finish things off, knew the forehand wouldn't get it done. So stable for the volley. Not quite.
Advantage, Kukushkin.
He's already had to get low hit, Jub, and going back behind, a good move from Kukushkin. Just forcing him to stop quickly.
Juice.
Both critical breaks of serve have come early. Within the first couple of games of both sets. Kukushkin not running with the lead now. Back in the position where he did struggle in the opener.
Advantage, Kukushkin. Game, Kukushkin.
And that's a massive, massive hold of serve.
1 game all.
And two massive shots here. It was the pure precision of the first delivery that gave him options, and he gave 100% to his choice. And this is the surface in tennis that holds the slimmest margins because it complements big strikes so much. Big serves have double the impact.
15 off.
Average rally length is shorter. Takes this from right inside the baseline on the shoelaces of Jubb. And there's just no coming back. He's reliant on Kukushkin miscuing here, Jubb. And in moments where we've seen those strikes before, a double fault has come on the heels. So brave with the second serve on this occasion.
30-15.
It's called learning on the job.
Just wait a sec, Paul.
He's anticipating it on that occasion, Kukushkin. Jubb has done impactful work with the cross-court forehand angle, but he was onto it.
Bounce!
And it's a rush to rush right now from both sides of the net. Both looking to impact immediately, first two shots. Kukushkin not quite getting the balance right.
Juice.
Too vicious, too good this time.
Advantage, Joe.
Held off on giving the heads up with his positioning around that ball. Jubb could have sent it any which way. Catches a splinter.
Juice.
I think I heard Paul Jubb say he's painting the lines, and that is an accurate description. There's nothing you can do about a shot of that quality, so you've just got to forget it.
Bolt!
Easier said than done in the heat of the battle.
Advantage,
The difficulty
Kukushkin.
now is that he is, Kukushkin, making life difficult for Jubb, from the perspective of mixing things up, chucking in a slice, changing up the height on the forehand. Either he's beating him for pace, or he's beating him with placement. Back-to-back lines hit for the win, for the point advantage. That could hurt Jubb here.
Game Kukushkin.
And it does. First break of the set goes to Mikhail Kukushkin.
Kukushkin leads 2 games to 1.
Took it up a gear at the back end of that game, kept his cool, respected the level and upped his on. The chance to lengthen his lead in the deciding set.
Time.
There's a ball just behind you, mate. Yeah. Thanks. No?
So Kukushkin.
Ball girl. Ball girl, the one in your left hand. Can you
Balance
send it
right
back?
at the back end of that third game of this third set. Just hitting a purple patch, and that involved hitting a lot of lines. Just got under Jubb's skin and got on top of him. Rushed him. But he has to back up the break to make it count.
15 up.
Great court craft.
15.
Not on top spin lob there, more difficult to measure, and he got it just right with the placement. No panic from Jubb with the scoreboard having swung against him. It's actually Kukushkin who seemed to have felt it more when down, but he's not in that position right now.
The T15. T15.
Well, if you can actually get into the point, Jub. He's holding his own. Kukushkin, over the last few minutes, up to this point, has more or less shut him out. But that level that Kukushkin brought for the break of serve, you can't see him completely sustaining it right to the end of the set and the match.
Juice. Lights. The serve.
Talk about driving through, a bit of a let-up on the second serve from Kukushkin, middle of the box.
Advantage, Jub.
And Jub seizes the opportunity to work the forehand once more, and there has been a drop-off from Kukushkin after hitting that sky-high level to break through. Coming back down from cloud 9, break back point. Too good, too well controlled by Kukushkin.
Juice.
Very smart second serve, knowing exactly what he was going to do behind it. And at break point down, to have the security to execute like that, that's a good sign for him. Not out of this game yet, though.
Advantage, Jub. Juice.
Superb turnaround.
Advantage, Jub.
Flatness of the backhand cross court. We've been on court for a while now for Jub to still be so mentally engaged and so prepared to take advantage of small openings with all the tennis in his legs at this point. That's encouraging.
Game, Jub.
Right back on serve we go. Took some doing.
2 games all.
But he was offered rhythm there at the back end of the game, Jubb, and he put full advantage, proactive from his end. He's weathered the storm somewhat at the beginning of this third set. And it leaves him in a good position. Straight sets winner in this matchup at this tournament 2 years ago.
Up.
15 love. Lights, first serve. Lights, first serve. This
year marks 5 years since he made his Wimbledon main draw debut. Jubb was a little less experienced. Say a whole lot less experienced than his then world number 69 opponent Zhao Souza, but he still managed to sneak a very tightly contested third set, 10-8 in the tiebreak. More noteworthy was his most recent Wimbledon main draw appearance in 2022, 5 sets against Nick Kyrgios, who went on to make the final. Which is all to say, he knows how to engage in a fight on this surface if it's asked of him, Jubb. And that's what we're seeing right now. It's not always the cleanest, but he locks back in for each and every point. And here's another big one. That Kukushkin backhand down the line that is so difficult to recover from.
30-14.
If he has that locked on and it's such a flat punch, delivered so close to the net with such good length. And Jubb at that point has no option but to scramble from deep. And now he's down on the scoreboard again. How about that? How do you like it?
Juice.
He's fully played into this match now, Jubb, and as that return just sat a little out in front, seizing the opportunity to take the initiative.
Advantage Kukushkin. Kukushkin.
Just a step too far, not potentially in the whole match itself, but
Kukushkin
certainly in
leads
that
3 games
game
to 2.
for Jubbers. He was consistently put down on the scoreboard. Last time he didn't back up the break of serve, Kukushkin. If he can this time, he's well on his way. First round action coming to a conclusion today at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy in both the men's ATP Challenger field and the women's W100. Although one of those women's matches still ongoing, the tight battle between Sonay Kartal and former Wimbledon semi-finalist Tatiana Maria, who has a match point.
Time.
Doing all right for lighting. It's been a sunny day in Surbiton. Very dissimilar to this time yesterday. And the sun hasn't quite set on Paul Jubb. Will still fancy his chances of getting back into proceedings here.
Love 15.
Oh, that's a big miss from Jubb, and he knows it.
15 all.
But good positive reaction, telling himself to just stay in the game. There's nothing wrong with this construction at all. Seizing his opportunity to get involved. It was a high reach. But Kukushkin won't like these conditions compared to the ones they started the match in. The sun dipping, the court getting cooler.
Line!
15.
Got to do a bit more to get the same pop and impact out of the ball without the sun making the surface more lively.
Theo.
of big shots he's missed in this game, Jubb. But observe the change-up in how the court is playing.
Not that good.
Jubb fully engaged and able to play from a little deeper behind the baseline and still stay in the point and work it. That will sting though. Shot on target, 30 all. The difference between game point and break point, and he's a breakdown. Fully came out of their forehand, Kukushkin backhand, I should say. Lifts it up. And Jubb stands his ground. Again, a long match. It's taxing physically, but more so mentally. Two of them would be doing well not to put a foot wrong here, but evidently more errors leaking from the Kukushkin racket. Still no breaks of serve consolidated in this set. Jubb with another opportunity to break back.
Juice.
Oh!
Just held off until the final moment, until Kukushkin had made his move. Picked his choice. Then Kukushkin moves, then Jubb hits the shot. He waits, and then he takes it. Smartly done. Still another chance. How long will the serve come up clutch for? Not a huge amount of aces for either player in this match, but a lot of unreturned serves for Kukushkin. Patient build on this occasion.
Advantage Kukushkin.
Oh my word. That would have been theft from Jubb if he'd managed to turn that point around, and he almost did. Kukushkin put the lock on it.
Kukushkin leads 4 games to 2.
Hope his wrist is okay. That was a fairly heavy fall. He just came off it a little with the forehand. Kukushkin had extra work to do with the volley.
You need for the changeover?
Hits the right spot to defend. Some way to seal the consolidation game. And this is the moment that could change, fully change the momentum of the match. To have got a significant hold like that, to have saved double break point, to do so twice was down advantage. What does Jubb have left? Salt into the wounds.
Love 30.
Such style to continue building on the scoreboard. So tough to see that lob coming as he's backing off. No indication. Never said die.
Love 14.
His presence, Kukushkin, just starting to make Jubb feel like the world's against him. This match at least.
Okay, Kukushkin.
It was a crushing hold of serve. And that return game more or less finishes the job. He's got to see himself to the finish line, Kukushkin. It is not a done deal if he doesn't sustain his level. But he's put a real shift in over the last few points. And he'll serve for the match with the double break security. Breathing deep, it's taken a lot out of him to get here. And yet all that will stay with Jubb as fatigue mounts on his side of the net is recent occurrences. The points that have gone against him, the chances that he missed, the overhead at love 15 that went long, the forehand into the open court that went long. Besides injury, it's just small moments that make the biggest differences in the world rankings, because if you saw these two on a practice court, you wouldn't separate one from the other. Both capable of such quality. It's when you produce, it's the moments. And that just comes with match play, with experience. Jubb still coming back, still developing. Kukushkin hoping to show why he's a staying power of the game. Fresh off the main draw of Roland Garros, hoping to steer himself into the last 8 hit.
Out!
15 up. Third seal up.
Security of the 2 breaks, security of the first 2 points of this game. Building the bridge to victory, Mikhail Kukushkin. It's something. His position on the board now. Maybe less resources than he had coming into the match, at least gives Jubb a tunnel vision. Maybe a freedom to go for more earlier. But he is running out of time. After a lengthy encounter, Mikhail Kukushkin with a couple of match points.
Ball 230. Okay, set a match, Kukushkin.
Comeback complete.
2 sets to 1.
For Mikhail
6,
Kukushkin.
6-3, 6-2.
Quarter-final spot sealed at the Surbiton Trophy. Acknowledges the effort from Paul Jubb. Some really tight games in there, but Kukushkin with more in the tank experience showed at the back end.
At the Lexus Surbiton Trophy, Mikhail Kukushkin.
Maybe a little more in the legs. Jubb with the 2 qualifying wins and the first round defeat of the top seed behind him. Kukushkin looking forward to another match with a Brit. Billy Harris awaits in the last day. More to come for Jubb. You suspect this grass court season. Some good stuff to build on from this tournament. Really good stuff to build on. But it is Mikhail Kukushkin.
Mikhail, congratulations.
Coming through.
3-setter to mark your second match on grass. Are you pleased with how things went today?
Yeah, you know, of course, first week on the grass, so it's always tricky, especially playing against the British player. You know, they always play very well on the grass. So I expect a really tough match. It was very tough match today. Of course, I'm really happy that I managed to win today. It was a really tough battle. Final set was very intense, so of course I'm very excited and happy that I managed to win and I'm sure to the quarterfinals.
Absolutely. And can we just talk about your movement for just a second? Because Paul was moving you side to side, forward and back, and you were just effortlessly gliding around the court. How do you do it?
It just looks like it's effortless, but it's not easy. I mean, I play a lot of years on the tour, I play a lot of matches on the grass, so of course I know how to move, how to play on the grass, so it's one of my biggest strengths, of course, the movement on the court, so of course I'm very happy that from the outside it looks like I do very well, so yeah, I'm very pleased with that.
I mean, you were gliding all over the court. And did you change anything in the beginning of the second set? Because it felt like you were able to raise your level a bit. What were you sort of telling yourself?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, my opening played really well the first set. I was not ready for that. It was just playing amazing tennis. And of course, I have to adapt to that. I tried to change the way I was playing. I tried to be more aggressive. Same time, not making any mistakes. So it was not easy, but I'm very happy that I managed to turn much around, especially after that the first set where I was just point there. So of course I'm very happy also with the way I managed to solve the match.
Well, Mikhail, congratulations through to the quarterfinals here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy.
Final singles winner of the day, Mikhail Kukushkin.
So don't go anywhere because we still have one more match for you today here
into
on
the
our
quarterfinals.
Our final match of the day will be a doubles match between American pair Ryan Segerman and Patrick Trahach against a British duo, Luke Johnson and Billy Harris. So stay with us for that one. Don't go anywhere. Coming up in just a few moments' time.
And that long hold for 4-2 in the decider, proving pivotal for the former world number 39. Billy Harris awaits in the quarterfinals. Another day of second round action to precede that. And we take a look at the final numbers. The second serve points won, proving a key factor as Kukushkin did wear Jubb down in the end. Jubb will regret a couple of big misses at big moments, but that's all part of the experience factor. Through them, pretty long day. A few longer clashes in there, but we've had fun. Can't wait to do it all again tomorrow. Back with you for Thursday on Centre Court at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for staying. We are ready for our fifth and final match of the day here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. From the United States, please welcome Ryan Segerman and Patrick Trahach. And from Great Britain, let's put our hands together for our British pair, Billy Harris and Luke Johnson. So our chair umpire for today's match will be Scott Noble, and as always, a massive thank you to our LTA officials and ball kids who come from Hollyfield Secondary School. So a big round of applause for them. And as a courtesy to the players and your fellow spectators, we ask that you please turn all mobile phones and audible devices to silence during the match.
5 minutes for the warm-up, 1 minute afterwards, 25 seconds, 2 points, no clock on court. Any issue, I'll let you know. You have towel boxes just in this corner. If you can take the green box, take the blue box. Just a reminder, please be careful with the grass if you've got any damage on the courts. Any questions? Not a call? Yeah. Heads? Okay, that is heads. Tails?
Sounds good.
Have a good match. Three minutes. Can you reach that, mate? Can you reach that? Two minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, Lexus Surbiton Trophy first round match will be the best of the 2 tiebreak sets using no advantage scoring and a 10-point match tiebreaker 1 set all. To the left of the chat from Great Britain, Luke Johnson, Billy Harris. To the right of the chat, Ryan Sagan, Patrick Turach. Harris Johnson won the toss and chose to serve. One minute. 30 seconds. End of warm-up. You have a green one. Yeah, we're good. First set, Billy Harris to serve. Play. $15 love. $30 love. $40 love. $40-15. $40-30. Okay, Harris Johnson. First game. Patrick turns to serve. Love 15.
30-15. Thank you. 40-15. Game. Second and third. One game on. Luke Johnson to serve.
Oh!
Fifteen love. Let's first serve.
Yes, a little bit.
Yes.
40-30.
Oh!
Deuce. Deciding point, receiver's choice. Game, Harris Johnson. Harris Johnson lead 2 games to 1. Done. Ryan Zegman to serve.
15 love. Thirty love. Thirty 15.
Up.
40 15. Game segment, Suraj. 2 games all.
Fault.
Fifteen love. Thirty love. Thirty 15. Forty 15.
Fault.
40 30. Game, Johnson, Harris. Johnson Harris lead 3 games to 2. Done.
Vote.
15 left. Yeah. 30 left. Left.
Out.
Game, second and crash. 3 games over.
This one. Right now.
15 left.
Come on. Let's go.
15 over.
This one. Let's get it. Come on.
Lance for serve.
Out.
30-15.
Right a sec. Sorry. Get this one.
Yeah. 14-15.
This one.
30.
This one.
Game, Harris Johnson. New balls, please. Harris Johnson lead 4 games to 3.
Yeah, one's out there. It's all right.
Done. Love 15. Love 13.
Great shot. They can work for it. That's top.
Love 14. Fifteen, 14. Thirty, 14. Juice. Deciding point, receiver's choice.
Game, Harris.
Game, Harris Johnson. Harris Johnson lead 5 games to 3.
Up.
15 love. Thirty love. 40 love.
Fault!
$40-15. $40-30. Deuce. Deciding point, receiver's choice. Game in first set. Harris Johnson. 6 games to 3. Time. Second set, Terence to 7.
Up!
15 love. Thirty love. $30-15. $40-15. 40-30. Use deciding point, receiver's choice.
Fault! Out!
Game. Second interaction. There wasn't. First game, second set.
Go!
15 up. Thirteen. Let's for seven.
Fault!
40 up. Okay, Harris Johnson. One game all. Fifteen left. Thirty left. love. $40-15. Okay, Segament Turret. Segament Turret lead 2 games to 1. Yeah. Time. Love 15.
Come on.
15. $30-15. $40-15. $40-30. Deuce. Deciding point, receiver's choice. Okay, Segament Turret. Segament Turret lead 3 games to 1.
Here we go. Right. Thank you. Come on. Sorry, thanks. Wait about. Come on. Go right. Yeah. You go here? Yes. Yes.
15 left. 15 all. Thirty 15.
Nice.
40 15.
Let's go regular here. No. You go here? Yes. I'm here. Yes.
Game, second and Turach. Second and Turach lead 4 games to 1. Time.
At
15 left.
Those two. Okay.
Thirty 15.
Guys, cameraman. He can't hear me.
Thirty all. Forty 30. Game, Harris Johnson. Segment Tarach, lead 4 games to 2. Love. Fifteen all.
Out.
30-15. $40-15. Game, second interaction. New balls, please. Second interaction, lead 5 games to 2. Time.
Hey.
15 love. $30-15.
Go.
House, 40-15. Game, Harris Johnson. Segment Tarach, lead 5 games to 3. 15 love. Let's go. 15 all. Then T15. That's you. Hindrance. He shouted.
How is that different to that?
No, it was after he hit it and he went, oh. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Johnson made a noise after hitting the ball in frustration. This is a hindrance against the opponent's point to second interrupt. 40-30. Out! Juice. Deciding point, receiver's choice. Let's second serve. Game, second set, second and strike. 6 games to 3, 1 set all.
Second set, second interrupt, 6-3, 1 set.
Ladies and gentlemen, a tiebreak to 10 points will now be played to decide the match. Time. Final sets, Harris to serve.
Where do you go? You go here? Yeah. I go here. Yeah.
One zero, second interrupt.
Let's go. Regular. You go here. Yes.
2-0. Second and third. Second and third. Let's for seven. One, second and third. Three, two, second and third. Three.
Yes.
4-3, Harris Johnson. Four.
This one, let's go. Right, let's go, Sig. Right time, Patty. Your turn. Come on.
5-4, Harris Johnson.
This one. Let's go. Alright, you go here. Yes, I'm here. Yes. Nice, man, nice.
5 all.
Great serve. This one. Let's go regular. You're here? Yes. I'm here. Yes. Yes. Great serve. Let's go.
6, 5, second turn.
Come on, Pat. Great serving. That's good. Come on, this one.
Roll them down, thanks.
Come on. Our time. That's what we want, man. Here we go. You take our cut. Oh! Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
7-5, second interruption. To the player, thank you, mate. Seven, 6. Second interruption.
Thank you.
Poses.
Yeah? No. Yes.
7.
Thank you. Go, Bill. Go, man. What's up? Go.
8-7, second interruption.
Let's go, let's go. Hey, glad you took the other side. Go, Patty. You go. Go ahead.
Eight all. Nine, 8. Harris Johnson.
Got it. So you're here? Here we go. Yeah, I'm here. Bounce. Great serve. Come on. Come on.
9 all. 10-9, Segaman Turach.
Great shot, great shot. It was like right here. No, great.
Balls this side. Balls down this side. Thanks.
This one. Come on, great serve. Let's get it back. Right here,
10-7 match. Segaman Turach. 2 sets to 1, 3-6, 6-3, 11-9.
Through to the next round here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. Ryan Segaman and Patrick Turach. So we'll catch up with our winners in just a few moments' time, but before we do so, one last round of applause for Billy Harris and Luke Johnson.
No, all good. Thanks, mate. Just radios for the. Are they here? There's only one. Yeah, thanks. Unless there's another one on the chair somewhere. Cheers. Thanks, mate.
So congratulations, we still have a few people sticking around for our interview. Firstly, can we talk about that volley? I think it was 9-0. I mean, just laser fast reactions. What happened? How do you hit volleys like that?
Yeah, that wasn't even a reaction. My hands were just there. It just like hit my racket and bounced off, so that was pretty rough.
So you got a win, you must be delighted. A late finish, but you're through the next round.
Yeah, definitely a good feeling, more of I think a relief, honestly, than anything. Those kind of matches are stressful, and that's doubles. It can go down to that 10-pointer a lot. Pat came through and we needed that volley. Like I looked back at him. I wasn't even facing the court. I was praying to God, and the answer to Pat got the volley in the midcourt. I think if I'm being kind to myself, I was atrocious today. So shout out to Pat for playing with me and getting us the win there, because it could have been better, but he stepped up when we needed him to, and I'm happy. Just a lot of love for this guy today, especially.
So let's talk about this doubles relationship. Who asked who to play together?
I asked this guy after losing to him in NCAAs. Yeah, I mean, he's a lot better than me, and I was like, dude, I'd love to have this guy as a partner. He rips serves, has great hands, and yeah, it's been good so far.
And final question, who wears the pants in this doubles relationship?
We try to trade off. Some days I'm Batman and he's Robin, and today he was Batman and I'm Robin, and that's okay. Tomorrow maybe I'll get to play the role, but today he wore the pants. It's a good thing he did.
Alright guys, well congratulations. Through to the next round here at Lexus Surbiton Trophy.
So ladies and gentlemen, that concludes all of our action on our centre court today. We hope you've had a wonderful day of tennis, and we look forward to hopefully seeing you back here soon. A reminder that there's plenty